Thank you, my relatives. As the MLA listen to each other, and because you are representing the people of the N.W.T, we ask the Creator to guide you throughout your decision. I will say the Lord's Prayer in my language.
I'd like to thank Jonas Engries for the guiding words and blessing this morning. Members, before we start, I'd just like to reiterate, when you're talking, when other people are speaking, sometimes it becomes a distraction. So if you guys wish to have conversations, please go into the members lounge or pass notes so we can be respectful of everybody. So thank you very much. Minister speakers, minister statements, Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, in recent years, employers have faced challenges in recruiting the employees they need to succeed. The Northwest Territories and Canada as a whole are currently experiencing a tight labour market, which means we have more jobs than available workers. Mr. Speaker, we must act now to ensure that our residents have the training, education, and supports they need to participate and be fulfilled in our labour market. Equipping residents to pursue career opportunities also ensures that our businesses have access to a skilled workforce. The goals of strengthening our workforce, enhancing skills, and building our economy are woven through 3 government strategies: the immigration strategy, the apprenticeship trades and occupation certification strategy, and skills for success. The immigration apprenticeship strategies concluded in 2022, and the government is now looking to extend these strategies into 2025, informed by public and stakeholder engagement that began last month. Mr. Speaker, we know that we have skilled and ambitious workers and employers across the territory, from carpenters and electricians to plumbers, heavy equipment technicians, housing maintainers, and every career in between. The services that apprentices and tradespeople provide have a real impact on Northerners. These skilled workers guarantee that the lights go on, that roofs go over heads, that plumbing works, heating systems operate, and roads are built. Under the apprenticeship trades and occupational certification strategy, there was a notable rise in Indigenous and female apprentices. From 2016 to 2022, there were 8% more Indigenous apprentices and 6% more female apprentices. Additionally, there was a substantial increase in participation in the Schools North Apprenticeship Program, commonly referred to as SNAP, which expanded from no students in 2016 to 37 students as of January of 2024. These are positive signs as demand for these skills are soaring. As we extend the apprenticeship strategy, we intend to build on these successes and identify new measurable actions for the coming years. Mr. Speaker, there's also a need to attract new skilled workers and investment from outside the territory. Since the immigration strategy was launched, we have seen growth in over 240% in the number of approved applications under the employer-driven stream. Over 500 individuals have made the N.W.T their permanent home, including approved nominees and their family members. Through the business stream, $4.5 million was invested in the Northwest Territories. We also saw 6% more Francophone applications that were approved by the end of the strategy. With the launch of the new Francophone stream in 2022, we hope to see further growth in Francophone immigration. Mr. Speaker, we know that labor markets are tight across the country. It is vital that the N.W.T be creative and competitive to develop and attract skilled workers. The government will continue to analyze our progress and improve upon our work. I'd like to thank those who've taken the time to participate in our engagement sessions to date. Your input and ideas strengthen these important economic and employment-driven strategies that guide our work. Over the coming months, the Government of the Northwest Territories will report on our engagement to extend each of these strategies. I look forward to sharing what we have heard with members, the N.W.T business community, the public, and other partners. Together, we can build on past successes by growing and strengthening our labor market that is vital to our continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Minister's statement. Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, transportation infrastructure plays a crucial role in connecting people, ensuring effective supply chains, and creating opportunities for economic growth. Today, I would like to highlight recent successes in our continued efforts to improve the transportation networks towards improving accessibility and road safety across the territory. For example, in 2023, the Department of Infrastructure completed 158 kilometers of chip seal overlay on Highways 2, 4, and 5, as well as along the Dutta Access Road. Highways 1, 3, 4, 7, and 8 also saw rehabilitation work, such as embankment widening and drainage improvement. The Fort Good Hope Bridge deck replacement was successful, and the first phase of rehabilitation work was completed on the YELLOWKNIFE Access Road. Mr. Speaker, in addition to improving the existing highway system, the Department of Infrastructure is also working on advancing new road projects. In the Sawtoo region, the construction of Phase 1 of the Prohibition Creek Access Road was substantially completed in the fall of 2023 and forms part of the future Mackenzie Valley Highway. Total completion of this 6.7-kilometer all-season road, located just south of Norman Wells along the existing Mackenzie Valley Road alignment, is anticipated this fall. In October of last year, we achieved a significant milestone in the environmental assessment process for the Mackenzie Valley Highway when we submitted our developer's assessment report to the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board. This report, which is now undergoing a public review process led by the board, is a comprehensive collection of several years of environmental and socioeconomic data and public engagement. Phase 1 of the proposed Slave Geologic Province Corridor project is also underway. To support planning for the proposed Lockhart All-Season Road, the N.W.T acquired a Type A land use permit through the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. This permit allows the N.W.T to conduct geotechnical investigations from Tibbet Lake to Lockhart Lake, which will help inform routing discussions associated with this project. Mr. Speaker, airports are also an essential part of our transportation system. Communities across the territory depend on air travel for the movement of goods and people, as well as air ambulances, search and rescue, forest fire response, and much more. I am pleased to share that the Inuvik runway extension is well underway, with material extraction almost 90% complete and runway widening nearing the 80% completion mark. Mr. Speaker, maintaining and enhancing our transportation network as we face the impacts of a changing climate is challenging. In addition to long-standing obstacles like remote locations and high costs of construction, we must also consider factors like degrading permafrost in the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of our transportation projects. The Department continues to work in partnership with universities and other research organizations to find solutions using more sustainable design and construction techniques. Several research projects are ongoing on Highway 3, where emerging road design technologies and innovative materials were put into place in 2012 for testing, and their performance continues to be monitored. The ongoing results inform how we complete maintenance and upgrades on technically difficult stretches of highway. I look forward to continuing to bring successful improvement projects forward on later sessions to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Minister statements. Minister statements. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise the House that the Honourable Jay MacDonald will be absent from the House today to meet with Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change and Indigenous leaders on the project Finance for Permanence in Ottawa, Ontario. Thank you.
Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here in this Assembly, we are under no illusions that we face some tough problems, the territory. from homelessness to addictions to gendered violence and poverty. Thankfully, though, our government does not need to work towards the solutions alone. The Northwest Territories is home to a vast network of vital non-government organizations, and they have done incredible work on their respective issues. Each NGO fulfills a crucial role in the North, and let me tell you, they are all led by some incredible advocates who are taking action to make our territory a better place to live every day. Unfortunately, while these NGOs present the N.W.T with a wealth of knowledge and dedication to tap into, they remain unsupported and unheard by decision makers. They struggle with year-to-year funding that prevents them from planning their operations in the long term. The support they do get is often only enough to keep the lights on. I've heard time and time again that nonprofit red tape is over-encumbering, wasting time and resources that could be better spent towards the services they provide. Most of all, they feel frustrated because they care so deeply about their communities but are held back from reaching their true potential. They just want to get to work, but poor relations with the government that funds them has stretched them thin. This government needs to support NGOs, Mr. Speaker. It's not just enough to recognize and celebrate their work. The government must create stronger working relationships with them. That means treating them fairly, accepting their knowledge, and providing them with the resources they need. This kind of partnership is what they are lacking. Only through cooperation with civil society can the government achieve all that it has set out to accomplish in its ambitious priorities. This is how we get the North moving together in the same direction of positive change and meaningful progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given the robust issues of public policy and budgetary items we'll discuss this week, I would like to start the week with a positive story from my riding of Inuvik-Boot Lake. Mr. Speaker, the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation hosted the 35th Annual IRC Cup this weekend in Inuvik. As always, the event was very well attended, with teams and fans traveling to Inuvik from the communities in the Inuvialuit Settlement Region, the Beaufort Delta, and beyond. This year's A final saw the Cadia Outlaws from Aklavik defeat the Inuvik Huskies, and in the B final, the Kwanlan Dun team from Whitehorse defeated the team from Polituck. I would like to congratulate IRC Chair Dwayne Smith and his incredible group of volunteers for once again hosting an amazing event. This year's event included not only great hockey, but cultural events and traditional food were made available throughout the weekend. This year's event, Mr. Speaker, was also attended by the ITK President Nathan Obed. He not only took part in the opening ceremonies, but he suited up and played for the KD Outlaws. He celebrated his birthday on Sunday, and a packed house serenaded him with a happy birthday. A nice memory to be sure to go along with his victory in the A final. Mr. Speaker, as well, the Inuvik Curling Centre sent 27 junior curling athletes as well as 6 chaperones and coaches recently to the annual Rock the Rings curling event in Yellowknife. The Rocks and Rings curling event is held annually in Yellowknife and has 3 age categories: U12, U15, and U20. It also runs a U15 doubles event as well as a U20 doubles curling event. I am proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that Inuvik swept all 5 events and took 10 of the 15 available podium positions. The winners in the U12 were Sierra Schywheeler, Miguel Castillo-Drescher, and Mary Kingyaktuk Devlin. The under 15 was Jasper Wilcom, Jacob Robertson, Atticus Wilcom, and Jet Etter. Under 20, Reese Wayman, Alex Testart Campbell, Brooke Smith, Tamara Bain. Under 15, in the doubles, Jacob Robertson, Atticus Wilcom. And under 20 doubles was Alex Testart Campbell and Tamara Bain. I would like to congratulate all the junior curling and coaches in the Inuvik for the outstanding dedication to the sport, and it's great to see that their hard work is paying dividends, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this weekend also hosted the annual Canadian North Bonspiel in Inuvik. Curling Bonspiel. This event was also well attended, and the champions this year were Skip Mark Robertson, Tiana Bain, Kevin McLeod, and Grant Convey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake. Member statement. Member from Great Slave.
Member for Great Slave. Merci, Mr. Speaker. And did Mottadi hani the executive directors that's hani
together right after we were elected. The Council continues to have serious concerns regarding the extended health benefits policy, which was originally scheduled to change on April 1 of this year. As announced at the end of January, it's now slated for rollout in September. I'm happy that the department took the direction to ensure access to extended health benefits for folks of limited means, but I have concerns with the knock-on impacts to residents who might be negatively affected by this policy change. The last government noted in October 2023 that 2,200 people in our territory are likely eligible for EHB under this new policy. There is a concern that some of those 2,200 people may make enough money to not be eligible for coverage, but also not have adequate coverage through their place of work. What will that then mean for maintaining a healthy workforce across the spectrum of opportunities in the North? There are concerns that folks will only want to work where there is extensive workplace health insurance, if indeed they can get those jobs. There is the possible implication of increases in emergency room usage, as people who lose part or all of their coverage under the old policy due to changes may feel compelled to attend the ER to deal with chronic issues where it is free to do so. Those are just two big picture examples that were shared with us as concerns from the Council. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Before I go on to the next person, the interpreters are asking people to slow down. Please slow down. Thank you. Member statements. Member from Satu.
Slow down. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here, this is a follow-up on my statement of last week there. Mr. Speaker, my question today is a carryover from last week's Great Bear River Bridge application birthday. 18 years ago, the original application permit was submitted. This original data is very helpful to avoid duplications and costs for this government's resubmission. On the issue of Satu determination, my understanding, the Hamlet of Toledo recently issued their support for the upcoming application. Later, I'll have questions for the appropriate minister. Masicho.
Thank you, member from Satu. Member statements. Member from Tuna-de-Willade.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad we could come together and agree that housing is one of the 4 key priorities for the mandate of the 20th Assembly. Now that we've made this commitment, it is time to turn our words into action. Fixing up so many homes will be a difficult task, but I know where we could start by evaluating all the homes in the communities at Tuna so that we can take those estimates to the Federal Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, so that they can make the investment necessary to get the work done. However, those investments have to go directly to the First Nations. Only through the federal government working together and with Indigenous governments, we will see real progress on housing, apprenticeship, and training in my communities. The federal government has the resources we need to get these homes renovated. The Indigenous governments just need to secure those resources and ensure that it goes directly to Indigenous governments, and that it is where the need and that is where we need the N.W.T. in partnership to secure funding so that we are able to do home ownership inspections and to help put the proposal together to CERNAC. We're not asking for much from the territorial government, just a commitment to work with Indigenous governments as equals in backing up their case in Ottawa. I know the Premier last year spoke of future with collaboration with governments that shares powers. Why not start working together and a collaborative approach for future now by helping Indigenous governments secure this vital funding? It is not just a Premier's vision that supports a greater role for the Indigenous governments, it's also the law. The last Assembly passed the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People, UNDRIP, and mandates equal relationship between the N.W.T, G.N.W.T, and the Indigenous governments. The N.W.T must work to improve housing in accordance with this law, so it must respect the Indigenous governments want to take the lead. This is a goal we must start working together as soon as possible, as people are living in homes that are rapidly aging. Some of them are living in houses that are upwards to 50 years old. If we start now and get these costs in writing, we can get the ball rolling and get this homeless repaired and modernized as quickly as possible with federal investment. I look forward to the Minister's response to my proposal when I bring with my questions for it later today. Mussy.
Thank you, member from Tune-a-Day-Will-a-Day. Member's question or member statements. Member from Mophie.
Okay. Mussy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the community. The community, I want to talk about the municipal government that they have lack of funding.
A lot of discussion in this House about the gap in funding for communities. Over the 19th Legislative Assembly, the N.W.T increased funding by $5 million to N.W.T communities. However, with the cost of inflation, we know this funding does not near close the gap. Even with the additional $5 million, the gap for municipal funding continues to grow. I am concerned, Mr. Speaker, how the funding gap impacts employees of municipalities and communities. In my region, lately, the community government have been hiring women in non-traditional jobs. There are some women who drive trucks that deliver water, collect garbage, empty sewage, and maintain roads. Not only are these women able to learn new skills, but they are also able to maintain a secure job at home with their children in their communities. I hear from community government workers in my region. They love their jobs. They love working in their communities and providing essential services for their people, but the salary is a struggle. Mr. Speaker, if this is how workers in my region are feeling, what about the communities further north with even higher operating costs? Mr. Speaker, we know that municipalities and communities are underfunded, so they struggle to provide the essential community services and balance their books at the end of the day. How does this impact workers? How is this impacting N.W.T residents in communities who want to live and work in their community? I will have questions for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Mophie. Member statements. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to bring up the concern that has been circulated on social media and on territorial news in the past couple of weeks. The displeasure of our patients being housed in the Quality Inn establishment. There have been countless stories of how unpleasant of an experience it has been for the patients to stay in this hotel. Mr. Speaker, I myself can confirm these stories because I was a patient who was referred to this establishment because the boarding home was full. The noted hotel is not a suitable place for anyone to stay, let alone patients. The hotel does not have adequate heating. Most windows are screwed shut. There is mold in the washrooms and inadequate housekeeping services. Due to the boarding home being full, I had no choice but to stay at the hotel. I stayed there one night, and the next day I pleaded with the staff at the boarding home to get me a room as soon as one becomes available. Later that morning, I received a call stating that a room is available, and I moved there for the remainder of my stay. There are others who are not that fortunate and have to stay in the hotel for a few days too long. Mr. Speaker, during my time in Yellowknife, I have been contacted by a number of constituents who pleaded for help in finding a different place to stay. I did not have a place of my own at the time, so I myself felt helpless in assisting these people. Today I have a place of my own, and if someone calls for help with a place to stay and I have the room, I will not turn them away. There are others who are able to afford a room at their own expense and do so without being reimbursed. Mr. Speaker, These people vary from dental patients to cancer patients. No matter the severity of their medical condition, no one should be subject to stay at this hotel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have questions for the Minister of Health at the appropriate time.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about cost of living and how it impacts all Northerners, especially from the side of this particular House that my colleagues and I, where we work together and we share in some of the collective burden talking about these issues and sharing them with the government about what Northerners struggle. Mr. Speaker, cost of living isn't just an individual issue, it's a territorial issue. And if anything, I'd certainly identify it as a crisis that needs to be a hallmark of this Assembly, where we chip away and find ways to make lives not only better, but just certainly more affordable. Mr. Speaker, you know, if you live in Yellowknife as an example, you're paying at least 30 cents per kilowatt. You know, you can say, well, our tax burden is different than other places like Ontario. But when you're paying 10 or 12 cents a kilowatt, you know, there is a huge disparity in the sense of the challenges Northerners get through day to day. So our tax burden may not be the same. But that said, our burden on getting through the day-to-day is certainly not comparable to anywhere else in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this touches the lives and families of everyday Northerners. So whether you live in Sigachik or you live in Tuna-Day riding, trying to put food on the table and you're always worrying about the shrinking dollar to reach that goal of feeding your family, taking care of them, or even simply buying birthday presents. And you know, kitchen table economics may not seem a lot or may not be on the attention of this government, but the fact is it's on the attention and the eye of every one of our community members here working together. Mr. Speaker, I hear whether you're in a Nunavik that power bills are outrageous. I hear that whether you're in a Talichon community that they have to make strong, burdensome choices that families should not have to face by themselves. But there's also the hidden cost of the cost of living that we tend not to spend a lot of time on. You know, such as not being able to participate in curling or hockey, which we all know is certainly the pride of most Northerners here, or being able to afford to buy skis for their kids so they can get out and do these types of things, or heck, engage in other types of social activities that mean so much. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living affects us more than just the power bill. It affects us as who we are and who we identify as people of the North. Mr. Speaker, I'll have questions for the Premier on this particular subject. Now, he'll have the idea maybe or the excitement of passing it on to the Finance Minister, but my questions will be more about what type of general government policy he's going to extend to his ministers to make sure that they are working as hard as they can on this burden to help support all Northerners on this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March of 2023, the government released an alcohol strategy for the Northwest Territories with the goal to reduce alcohol-related harms and improve wellness for all N.W.T residents. This is not just an addictions issue. Heavy drinking and binge drinking are common in this territory, and this impacts everything from people's finances, people's relationships, and safety. That could be accidents while operating vehicles, boats, ATVs, while under the influence. And there's also a link to acts of violence, including family and gender-based violence. Of course, alcohol consumption also increases the risk of diseases, including several types of cancers, as well as tuberculosis, diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and liver disease. It can also cause birth defects. A 2022 report by the N.W.T Chief Coroner's Office noted that suicides in the N.W.T, especially amongst males in their 20s, are often related to alcohol or drug use. Beyond that, alcohol is a huge cost burden. The N.W.T is the second highest in Canada for per-person costs related to substance use, including costs to healthcare, justice, and lost productivity. The number of hospitalizations caused by alcohol in the N.W.T have been 6 times the Canadian average. So alcohol is often used as a coping mechanism as people experience intergenerational and ongoing trauma. And it's worth putting into perspective that systemic racism has led to Indigenous peoples having more interactions with the justice system when they do drink heavily, simply because They may be less able to hide it due to their living situation, such as overcrowded housing or homelessness or living in rental units. Indigenous peoples have also experienced discrimination within the healthcare system, sometimes assumed to be intoxicated when they're actually in medical distress. But the alcohol strategy tries to chart a path forward. It proposes 15 actions and builds upon the recommendations that came out of the Ministers' Forum from 2012 to 2013 on addiction and community wellness. The actions fall under communications, policy, prevention, public safety, and treatment. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. The member from Yellowknife North asks unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, we conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to touch on a few of the actions that came out of the alcohol strategy. That includes supporting greater community control over liquor sales, prevention, including more education about substance use beginning at a younger age, more healthy recreational activities for youth, hiring more staff to support clinicians and patients, trying to navigate the health and mental health systems, and building more capacity in communities for harm reduction programs. So we'll have questions for the Premier later on today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statements, member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Masi. Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak about public health and safety resources for our residents produced by our government. Mr. Speaker, in the past, our government used to regularly produce and widely share high-quality northern-based content in health and safety and education campaign to encourage positive healthy choices and keep residents informed through positive health promotion. Prior to being elected, there were numerous occasions of people coming to me in search of northern-created materials they could use to access to educate themselves and on certain health hazards for a general understanding of what resources are available to help them. Mr. Speaker, there was one example last year where I called the government department on behalf of someone who was struggling, who wanted some assistance to navigate their situation. I asked if there was any northern-based content produced by the government that I could use to share with the individual. And to my surprise, the government, a worker said to me, the government doesn't share those resources anymore. Mr. Speaker, it is important that our government continue doing its part to safeguard the health and safety of our communities with positive health promotion and anti-smoking of drug campaigns, safety, sexual health resources, or even river and lake safety campaigns. It is vital that our government be proactive and carry out preventative measures by producing and promoting content that ensures our residents will be healthy and will make safe, informed decisions regarding their health and well-being. Mr. Speaker, our government has lacked in this area in recent years, yet our communities continue to face many health and social issues, such as alcohol and drug addiction, chronic disease like diabetes, cancer, the spread of sexual transmitted infections, to name a few. In closing, Mr. Speaker, as a pillar of our public health system, our government must continue to produce northern content and engage in positive health promotion across the N.W.T. I will have questions for the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Decho. Member statements, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the pleasure to check out the Snow Castle down on Yellowknife Bay, and I'm very excited about this year's festival. I had fun riding the slide with some of my colleagues. Two of our ministers were posting on social media about that the other day. So every year, the dedicated crew of passionate artisans bring magic to our northern winter by creating a northern work of art. This year will be the 29th edition of this amazing event that celebrates our northern winter, creating a month-long arts festival which provides a venue to countless northern artists and invites kids of all ages to come play in the snow. The festival punches way above its weight in terms of the funding it brings in and the different benefits it brings to our community, Mr. Speaker. It's great for tourism, it's great for the arts, it's great for community spirit, it's a fun thing for kids to do, it brings a lot of hope and kind of, it's something to look forward to at the end of a long winter every year. So I know it's become a beloved event in the community. So this year's design has been inspired by Spanish architect Antoni Gaudí, and I can say, having taken a little tour through it, it is absolutely stunning this year. It is a beautiful work of art. It's also a lot of fun, so it's kind of a combination of all those things, and it's really great. The festival runs during the whole month of March. I highly recommend everyone get out to see it. Opening ceremony is this Saturday, March 4th. That'll be open with a performance of the Yellowknife Dene drummers and Norway dance troupe Nordting and Dene spoken word artist Kira Dawn Colson, among others. The International Snow Carving Symposium runs from March 1st to 3rd, with carvers coming from as far as Korea. Mr. Speaker, thank you to contributions from our group of Yellowknife MLAs. On March 8th, which is the first day of March break for students of Yellowknife, admission will be free for everyone. I highly recommend everyone get down to the castle and check it out on this fun day when it'll be free to attend. Everybody needs to embrace the magic of Snow King. Go down and try the slide. It's a lot of fun. And thank you to this festival for the many, many, many years of community spirit you brought to Yellowknife. It's really wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Colleagues, Darcy Lafferty was born on August 12, 1968. Unfortunately, on November 19, 2023, we say goodbye to Darcy, who lost his battle with cancer. It was a battle that we were unaware of because he was always putting other people's needs first. In the 18th Assembly, I had the privilege of doing a member statement about his willingness to help people, especially those on medical travel that needed a non-medical escorts. Colleagues, Darcy was always accommodating and ready to help, whether it was helping my constituent assistant carry things into the office or countless trips volunteering as a non-medical escort. Some would say he found his calling after being a non-medical escort for his father. It was quickly recognized that Darcy was an invaluable asset to the medical system in the Detroit region. I can recall many days Darcy would come into our office to share coffee and tell us about his latest trip or the ones that was coming up. Listen to Darcy speak about those trips was amazing, to say the least, whether it was about his constant travel schedule or his ability to navigate the logistics of those many trips with his patients. Remember one of those visits where he spoke about 2 upcoming trips to Yellowknife and Edmonton for different people. He talked about having to come home to Fort Simpson, quickly wash his clothes, repack, and head off the next day with the other patient. Darcy would tell us that he was always had a bag packed by the door and was ready should he be called upon to help someone needing assistance as a non-medical escort. Darcy treated it like a job, always on time, prepared, and always willing to ensure the patient was calm and comfortable. He never experienced anything, or never expected anything in return. You can tell how much it made him happy to do what he was doing. It's not enough words or thanks that we count for all the time, dedication, and compassion Darcy shared with others during his time with us. When we think about Darcy and the impact he left on our life, it is an honor to say we had the opportunity to see and chat with Darcy on a regular basis. We've never met someone as self-sacrificing, unselfish, and kind as he was. The family would like to thank the following: the Fort Simpson Health Center, YK Staten staff, LKFN, and many, many community and family members that were there for them during this difficult time. He'll be sadly missed by us all. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Folks, I'd like to recognize a number of people in the gallery. I had the opportunity of meeting the Ontario interns this morning, and then I had the privilege of going to lunch with them. They all agreed that I could call them Shane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so I don't get the names wrong, but I'm going to try, and I apologize now. Rashanda Akiva, Melanie Baschino, Steffi Berge, Evan Cameron, Bridget Carter Whitney, Olivia Culver, Caitlin Gallant, Esther Kruger, sorry, I apologize on that one, Taylor Pitzines Rosso, Rianda Saini. As well, I would like to recognize Denise McPhee, the Executive Director for the N.W.T. Disabilities Council. Thank you. Ma'am, acknowledge or recognition of the visitors in the gallery. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to recognize two constituents in the gallery. Ms. Denise McKee, thank you for joining us, and Mr. Ollie Williams. It's a pleasure to have you both here.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. If we missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to your chambers. I hope you enjoy the proceedings. It's always nice to see people in the gallery. Acknowledgements, oral questions. Oral questions, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, MLAs met with NGOs in December of last year, wherein we were presented with a letter, Common Priorities, presented at the 20th Legislative Assembly by non-government organizations, Collective Voices. I'll be tabling that later today. I'm going to ask questions that they wanted asked on the floor to the Premier. Will the Premier provide core annual funding to NGOs linked to the timely release of funding to NGOs to prevent interruptions of service? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that there are some NGOs that do receive core funding. However, obviously not all NGOs receive core funding. And to the member's question, we won't be extending core funding to every single NGO in the territory. That being said, we are looking at the core services that are offered by the GNWT, and if an NGO is offering those core services, then we can look at core funding. So there is an opportunity to expand core funding in recognition of the fact that these NGOs are delivering core services of the government. Thank you.
Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Premier. Will the Premier ensure that operational funding to NGOs reflects a clear understanding of programs being delivered and the actual costs of doing business, taking into account human resources, inflation, infrastructure, clientele, and northern costs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to look at what is being offered, what is needed, and what funding we have available. So it's the combination of those three things. It's not just what the NGO is offering and what services they're providing. It's also whether or not it is a priority for this Assembly and the government to fund those services, and what exactly is being delivered. So there's more factors than the member is putting into the question that we need to consider. Thank you.
Premier, member from Range Lake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier's right. We have limited resources. We need them to align. I think there's a bunch of NGOs who are doing this work and who are offering these things. So will the Premier commit to equitable communication so he can better understand those services and work with them directly on their terms, using their expertise to understand what they do for Northerners? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Communication, bad communication is the cause of 80% of the problems. That's been my experience as in this role or as an MLA over the past 8 years. And so I'm always looking towards ways to improve communication, and I'll have that conversation with the departments on how we communicate with NGOs. Oftentimes, it's a resourcing issue on our end. We just don't have the people to spend the time having the conversations that need to be had. And so if that's the case, we need to figure out how to have those conversations differently. So yes, I am committed to improving the conversations and the communication between NGOs and the government of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Premier, final supplementary, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's great news. I am pleased to hear that, and I'm sure our NGO partners will be pleased to hear it as well. Finally, reporting requirements are often quite onerous for NGOs. The Premier cut the red tape, allow easier reporting requirements, streamline the process so they can get to work providing services to our residents sooner and more effectively. Thank you.
Minister. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always looking to cut red tape. I know there have been improvements made in reporting for at least some of the contribution agreements that we have, but again, we can always do more. And again, it is a balancing act. These are public dollars, and we do need to account for those dollars and ensure that we're spending them in a way that this Assembly agrees with and the public is happy with. So there's always going to be a need for some reporting requirements, but a lack of trust really slows things down. And so if we can strengthen that relationship, build the trust between the N.W.T and the NGOs, then I'm sure that we can streamline those requirements and make life easier for everyone, for the government, for the NGOs, and for the residents who ultimately we are both serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities in my region need housing investments, and they need money from CERNAC to go directly to the Indigenous governments in partnership with Housing N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, my question is to Minister Lucy Katana on housing. Does the minister agree that Indigenous governments have a greater role to play in the building and also in the home ownership repairs for their people in Trinidad-Willity? Righty, thank you.
Colleagues, please, just titles, not names. Thank you. Member for Minister of Housing, N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I am happy to see the increasing role played by Indigenous governments across the Northwest Territories in building and maintaining homes for their members. Housing N.W.T has worked increasingly over the last several years to partner and collaborate with Indigenous governments on their housing priorities through the N.W.T Housing Forum and bilateral agreements to maximize our collective impact on the housing crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Housing, N.W.T. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Will the Minister agree to commit funding needed to help do the evaluation and the proposal cost to CERNAC on every home in the community of my riding? So we know at least where the money is going to be going so that we could develop a program so we could look at apprenticeship training and training. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Trinidad-Willity, Minister of Housing, N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Housing N.W.T performs unit condition ratings in every public housing unit to determine maintenance. The goal is to achieve a unit condition rating every couple of years, so every 2 years. I understand that a number of the Indigenous governments had taken on the evaluation of private homes as part of their home repair programs. I cannot commit at this moment to an evaluation of every private home in the members' riding, but I can commit to working with Indigenous governments to do this type of work. This could include sharing expertise and resources for Indigenous governments to conduct such an evaluation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Housing, N.W.T. Oral questions, member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And I'm happy to hear that she's willing to work with us. Will the Minister also commit to advocating to the federal government to get these federal investments to the Indigenous governments to fix up housing in the communities on home ownership repairs once we start working together on this issue? Thank you.
From Trinidad-Willity, Minister of Housing, N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can commit to continuing to advocate for federal investments in housing including funding directly to N.W.T. Indigenous governments for their housing priorities. We've already seen some of the successes in the Northwest Territories, and we want that to continue. We expect that further detail of the federal government's urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy, also known as EARN, will soon be announced. That will provide for the investment of a further $4 billion in housing investment across Canada for Indigenous housing priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Housing. N.W.T. Member from Trinity-Willity, final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I'll be sending a letter to the Minister on my priorities for the Trinity-Willity, and one of the 4 priorities for the N.W.T. is housing. And what I'll do, though, is that I'm looking forward to put a letter together to the Minister and see how we could work together on this issue. So it's just a statement, there's no question. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, to the questions. I don't want concluding statements on it, so let's please follow the process. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks living with chronic health issues and disabilities are often living within limited means. Can the Minister of Health say if extended health benefits for those with limited income can be expedited before September? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the new AHB policy, which expands the benefits coverage for residents with low income, does not take an effect until September 1st, 2024. And so, unfortunately, this can't be expedited. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much does the Minister expect that the new policy will cost to initiate and implement in addition to year-over-year costs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to estimate the cost because it depends on how much people use the service. Various factors will contribute to the costing, such as not all eligible residents accessing all benefit areas and the introduction of the cost sharing for those who can afford it. Overall, we anticipate that the ongoing incremental costs of providing the benefits to those who previously didn't have them will be offset by cost sharing component and the department's efforts in managing drug costs effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. I will follow up with her office for more detail on that. Can the Minister speak to how much the previous EHB policy cost annually on average over the last decade? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Great Slave.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll follow up with the Minister on that. If folks who were previously covered under the specific condition list make too much money for full coverage under the new policy, what is the department's plan to assist them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the new policy, eligible residents will be required to contribute up to 4% of their net income for their prescription drugs, and the remainder will be covered. For medical supplies and equipment, there will be a cost-sharing agreement with a maximum limit of $1,500 per year based on their income. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from the Sawtooth.
Make it short and sweet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up on my statement here earlier, my question to the Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, critical to project execution is permitting. this Great Bear River Bridge is the same design, same location as it was in 2006 when it was applied for and permitted. My first question to the Minister: has the Department of Infrastructure completed the necessary updated studies to accompany the Great Bear River Bridge application resubmission? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here, good question.
Thank you. Member from the Satu, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to answer the question. Some of the information from back in 2006 was able to be utilized for the current submissions, but not all. And we really can't afford to have any lack of attention on this. We can't be in a situation where we're wanting to have to go back again and again. So at this point, yes, necessary studies are complete. Infrastructure is in the process of finalizing the regulatory submission. The developer's report's already been submitted, and that process is currently available on the board's website, and I would certainly encourage people to have a look at it, to participate in the public engagement that's going to be happening this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member from the Satu. Member from the Satu? Oh, I know.
There we go. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my second question to the Minister is: when will the developer or the Department of Infrastructure issue the bridge application to the Satu Land and Water Board? Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, Mr. Speaker, there is already the process underway with the DARV that's happening, but with respect to specifically the Satu Land and Water Board and that application, we're anticipating being ready by the spring or summer of this year. But Mr. Speaker, we're also re-engaging and reinvigorating the memorandum of understanding with the Satu Secretariat to have more ongoing conversations about this project as a whole and the Mackenzie Valley Highway project as a whole, to make sure that there's no delays this time and that we are all working together towards the same outcomes and same goals. Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll share some information there with the Minister that might help expedite the submission process. The DAR report is separate from the actual bridge application. The bridge application, as I said, submitted and approved in 2006, did not accompany a DAR report. The DAR report is for the Mackenzie Valley Highway, which triggers the EA, and so the application itself for the bridge would be a standalone. It's more of a, I want to help the department suggestion, a statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Please keep your statements and commitments. Stick to the questions, please, and thank you. Oral questions. Member from the Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for the Health and Social Services. I know that the Minister of today has inherited the concern from the previous government, but will the Minister commit to making things right and look at alternative accommodations for future patients coming to Yellowknife? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the occupancy at the boarding home here has increased about 50% since April 2023. Recently, an increased demand on medical travel related to dental is a huge factor, and the Health and Social Services will continue to monitor the increased demand for the boarding home services alongside the lack of commercial capacity of hotel accommodations in Yellowknife, and work with our current partner, Kiscori, on options to minimize the accommodation issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the department is currently bound by a contract. Can the Minister tell me and the rest of the Northwest Territories when is the contract up with Quality Inn? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Contract for medical boarding in Yellowknife is currently with the Dayton Cho Corporation. It is not with any local hotels. It is, and the contract for them expires in 2024. But part of that agreement, Kiscori is tasked with is contracting alternative commercial accommodations, including hotels for guests, when the demand exceeds capacity at the boarding home. And so they they collaborate with all of the local hotels to try and find any rooms for patients coming in for medical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from the Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the minister know if there's any clauses within the contract due to health violations that can terminate the existing contract? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delta, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contract does have standards for client safety and cleanliness, and they are monitored and discussed with the contractor regularly if there's an issue. Regarding the cleanliness concern, the NTHSSA has followed up with Kiscori Boarding Home, which they contract the hotels and with any complaints that they have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has there been any interest from Indigenous governments to build a boarding home to accommodate future patients? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that there is interest from both private companies and Indigenous governments to develop plans to meet the N.W.T's medical travel boarding home needs. We hope for a successful request for proposal for the new Yellowknife-based boarding home contract in the coming fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Premier today. So the alcohol strategy includes actions that involve various departments, so not just Health and Social Services, but for example, Department of Finance and the Liquor Commission have actions around policy and communications on alcohol sales and pricing, Department of Infrastructure and Justice around issues around drunk driving and mechanisms to combat that. So will the government take a whole-of-government approach to implementing the alcohol strategy, or will this fall under one department to lead? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All-of-government approach. Thank you.
Mr. Premier, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, has this government costed out the actions that were listed in the work plan of the alcohol strategy?
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to answer all of government questions, but the alcohol strategy does lie with the Department of Health and Social Services, and so the Minister of Health and Social Services would be best positioned to respond to this question, so I'd like to defer it to her. Thank you.
That would be a second set of questions, because it started with you and transferring to the other minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must be confused on the rules. I thought I could defer the question at any time. Okay, thank you.
Member from Health and Social Services, to her question.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the level of the information that the member is requesting as the pricing or any of that. I'll have to discuss that with the department and get back to the member.
Thank you, member. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So certainly I wasn't expecting costs to come out today. I was just asking whether or not the government has costed out the actions. But in follow-up to that, is there an intention to put money starting in the 2024-2025 budget to implement some of these actions in the alcohol strategy?
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of different things within the next budget that will be attributing to some of the actions within the alcohol strategy. But to break it down to further detail, I'll have to get back to the member on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member of Health and Social Service. Final supplementary, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the alcohol strategy aims to have all actions completed by March 31st, 2028. Is this government going to strive to create a plan that will allow all actions to be completed by March 31st, 2028? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within the action, and this is something that we will all decide, in this House, operations of and breaking these different areas down. We have to remember that it's not only government that will be providing these services. So additionally, it's important to remember that there are Indigenous governments and organizations who offer a variety of addiction-focused services and are developing this capacity as well. So, I talked about last week about the Weaving Our Wisdom gathering that was here. That is a huge component of addictions, and will maybe target a lot of those areas within the alcohol strategy, but it's working in partnership with, NGOs, with Indigenous governments and this government. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services, oral questions, Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions will be going to the Premier about the culture of Cabinet, not specific to any one department, because this crosses multiple departments. So specifically to the Premier, Mr. Speaker, my question is about cost of living and what type of direction is he providing to the ministers at the Cabinet table to find ways to do business either more efficient or smarter, I guess, and could be the same way of looking at it, but what direction is he providing his Cabinet colleagues to provide the efficiency culture at the Cabinet table when it comes to cost of living? Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about efficiencies, that is one of the things that I wanted to focus on coming into this role, ensuring that we are doing what we need to do as a government, not doing things that we don't need to be doing. So ensuring that we spend every dollar, every public dollar in the best possible way, which would allow us to support residents where they need it the most. And so by saving money on unnecessary expenditures, we can then go to addressing issues like the cost of living. Of course, we've been working as a Cabinet on our fiscal sustainability strategy, and that is to ensure that we are fiscally sustainable and can best support residents. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I welcome that answer because that now leads, or I should say dovetails into the next one, is part of that efficiency in revisiting the work that they do and examining the overall cost of government. We also have to think about the burden on the taxpayer. Hence, the question is, are they looking at eliminating the fees of particular services where it costs more to provide the service than it actually does in the sense of the process of what the fee is worth? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Yellowknife Centre. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are, we're a new assembly. We just released the fiscal strategy. We just set our priorities as an assembly, and we are now working on the mandate. And so we are looking at all of those, all of the fees that we charge, services for which we don't charge fees, or fees are charged in other jurisdictions. So everything is currently on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to drill down too deep because, of course, the Premier did say it's early, but is the Premier open to some examples? And the simple examples I would provide in a simple statement would be there is cost to running the driver's license renewal, the license plate renewal. Is the Premier, I'm giving him time, is the Premier able to look at those services and examine them and maybe make them free, given the consideration that it probably costs more to run those services than we actually charge for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to look into that. if we are doing something and it's costing us more than it's worth, then we need to look at why we are spending that much money. Oftentimes there are practical reasons why we have to do something, even if it does cost us more than it's worth, or there could be legal requirements, but I'm happy to look at any fees that we're charging and determine whether or not they are appropriate for that service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Final supplementary, Mr. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pragmatic and practical answer was exactly what I was looking for. Mr. Speaker, how could the Premier report this information back in the context of what they're looking at, how they're developing, and how are they considering it, so the public can hear how the government is examining how it's doing business and how it can make it more affordable for our Northerners? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Yellowknife Centre. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so once we are done this sitting, we are going to go right into developing the mandate, which will then inform the upcoming budget. And so it's through that process that members will see what is being considered and where we will get that input back from members. I won't speak too much to the budgeting process. That is, of course, the Minister of Finance's department, but I know that she is keen on getting feedback as well from the members and from the public. Thank you.
Mr. Premier. Oral questions, Member from Mofway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. In the 19th Assembly, the N.W.T provided an additional $5 million in funding for communities, but we know, Mr. Speaker, it has not closed the municipal funding gap. Can the Minister provide the total value of the municipal funding gap for N.W.T communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Mofway. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Municipal and Community Affairs distributes approximately $120 million through the community government funding policies throughout all our municipalities and our communities. MAC is always willing to work to try to advocate for more funding to close off these gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Member from Mofway.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. We have 33 communities. Can the Minister commit to tracking the value of the municipal funding gap publicly? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Mofway. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we already do that, but I will commit to doing that. Thank you.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Member from Mofway.
Thank you. Can the Minister explain what is known about the funding gap for community operations and maintenance? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Mofway. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The funds that are distributed throughout all the communities are just like our funds. We get those set funds and we try to stretch them out as much as we can. What I would do is encourage local community governments to make hard decisions like us also and try to find a way to stretch out those community dollars. At the end of the day, we're trying to prioritize what our priorities are in spending those funds, as I would think communities would also do, and what their goals are within their communities and how they want to strategically spend those funds that they receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Final supplementary, Member from Mofway.
Thank you. I want to ask the last one is what supports are in place to ensure community workers are provided a competitive salaries, especially for the residents who want to live and work in their home communities? Mine is not an option anymore because they will be closing in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Mofway. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I was saying, the funds are distributed as per the community government policy, funding policy. Once those funds are received by the community governments, it's up to them to operate those funds, and how they pay their employees would be up to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Oral questions? Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have questions around the pharmacist's scope of work here in the Northwest Territories, and right now, as I understand it, is pharmacists in the Northwest Territories cannot prescribe drugs, cannot prescribe vaccines, give vaccines, that is, or other types of shots. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the Minister of Health, in the context of familiarity, aware of the scope of practice, and what is she able to address moving forward in this Assembly? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a level of the detail of what the pharmacist's scope of practice is. You know, I know that it is a piece of legislation that that is on our list for the 20th Assembly to look at, is that. So as to the details, I don't have that right now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm correct when I say I know there's pharmacists in Inuvik, obviously Yellowknife, I believe in Hay River, I believe in Fort Smith, and maybe a couple other places, but I couldn't guarantee. But the point is there's pharmacists that could help support and buttress the healthcare system. Would the minister be willing to ensure that the scope of practice for pharmacists is expanded to take care of those types of services I highlighted? Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, to the member, I agree, and that is why I think it's so important that this piece of legislation is also something that we do review. And I believe that when I speak about the right people doing the right thing, and I think the pharmacies have a role to play in our healthcare system, and so I do believe that it is very important that they are working at their scope of practice too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I look at the pharmacist's scope of practice across Canada, I see a lot of no's in the N.W.T category in comparison to others. So could the minister reiterate or answer a little more clear in a manner of sense, will she ensure that those issues I highlighted, drugs, vaccines, and further scope of practice considerations, be included in the upcoming Act review? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
As I stated in I have committed. I will commit to having those things. There are, like the member said, the pharmacists that are in the regional centres in the capital, and having to collaborate and provide services, to the health centres. So it is very important, and I know that we are looking at being able to provide that service and to be able to have a platform, so that way when you are accessing services, which we all do in the territory, as I do when I'm here, I need to make sure that when I'm accessing a pharmacy in Yellowknife or in Inuvik or in Hay River, that we're all talking. So those are things that need to be also put in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess the only area of concern in my last question is making sure that our archaic legislation will be comparable to other places. We don't have to be Alberta or Ontario, but that said, we need to be innovative and we have to create that innovation. Mr. Speaker, that's the question. Is the minister able to work with members and the pharmacy community to ensure we have innovation at the moment the Act is open, because it may be a decade before it's revisited? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do agree in that once the legislation is completed, and that is part of the legislation, is being able to work with the regular members and being able to hear from the residents of the Northwest Territories, and that includes all the pharmacists in the Northwest Territories. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Services. Oral questions. Member from the Deitcho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my member statement, I have a question for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Mr. Speaker, in my member statement, I spoke about health promotion and its importance on our residents to be encouraged to live a healthy lifestyle. Can the Minister of Health confirm whether all 33 communities across the N.W.T have hard copies of health promotional materials that are readily available for people? Thank you.
Member from the Date Show, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. The Department of Health and Social Services has the Department of Health Promotion and Communication units are constantly creating and updating Northern health promotion education materials online and physically across the Northwest Territories. So if the member has certain material that she is referring to, or communities that, that are unable to access this information, I would like to work with a member to make sure that her communities or any communities have this information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from the Date Show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm if newer ways or if previously successful modes of health promotion like posters or pamphlets will be utilized in 2024 and within the 20th Assembly? Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Date Show. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister. I think the health promotion continuously, they have health promotion on a lot of different areas. They do have posters. They do have websites. They have online material. I know they do social media campaigns. So if there's specific things that we're not targeting, I'd like to hear from the member, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from the Date Show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm whether the Department considers that GNWT's efforts of health promotion have been effective and produce positive results for our residents? Thank you.
Show. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that data, but what I do know is that, people that work in health promotion in the different regions, they have the resources that they will use to provide education. Some communities have community health reps that have these education. Some of the information is at the health centers. In the regional centers, we have public health units that work in this area. But also the Indigenous governments do a lot of their own, in different areas of health promotion. They have their own resources that they also provide. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member or Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from the Date Show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resources that I was looking for was the long-term effects of drug use, specifically hard drugs that are in our communities, long-term effects of alcohol use, just so people are informed. Thank you.
From the Date Show, member from Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that. And I will get back to the department on to see what types of information that they have, especially related to those hard drugs and illicit drugs, is something that is, we've all said it in this House, that is going through our communities, and people are requesting resources. So that is something that I can commit to, making sure that we have stuff for especially for the small communities. But not just small communities, for everyone. And there are a lot of the impacts of alcohol resources. So I will reach out, I will have the department look into it and reach out to the people that provide this services, especially in the small communities, regional centers, and here in Yellowknife. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question now is for the Minister of Health and Social Services. So in terms of what we often refer to as detox, local doctors have told me that right now we do a patchwork job of offering inpatient withdrawal management at Stanton, but only to those with significant medical risks, which is actually very few of the patients who would actually benefit from a managed withdrawal management program. Has the Department of Health and Social Services examined what resources would be needed for us to offer a comprehensive withdrawal management and addictions program for all those patients who need it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this question, in regards to the announcement that we made last week is a great question to be able to answer that patchwork within the Northwest Territories, because, I think we've been managing what we can up until, now, and now we're seeing more and more different types of drugs, and, we've had the alcohol detox, and yes, they have been just managed case by case up until now, but with the new recent funding, this is contributing to the creation of a territorial substance use medicine team that includes inpatient and community care components to enhance coordination and the delivery of service for residents seeking help for substance use, including alcohol withdrawal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm encouraged that this is on the radar and we're heading this direction. My question is whether the minister or the staff at HSS have considered incorporating some aspects of the best practice models in comprehensive withdrawal management programs, such as the model based out of Sudbury or Edmonton, the Addiction Recovery and Community Health Program there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't speak to what they've looked at and what the department has reviewed, and to the two that the member has mentioned. But what I can do is the team that is working on the detox, on the territorial substance use medicine team is looking at a territorial, what will fit best in the Northwest Territories. So I think we've said it here many, many times that we are an extraordinary territory, and we have very long arms in the territory, and so we need a program that's going to fit the needs of the Northwest Territories and be able to support small communities, regional centers, and Yellowknife, and the residents that need this service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to pick up extended health benefits and the changes that have recently been put into place. There's a significant amount of concern amongst my constituents that there are folks who are going to be left out by this. So currently, the discussion paper mentioned there are around 2,200 people who are not on third-party insurance. How many people are going to be affected once the changes are fully put in place? How many people are going to be taken off supplementary health benefits? Thank you. Or extended health.
Thank you, member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite clear on what the member is asking. I know in the last, from my understanding with the extended health benefits, that there was part of it that they had to go and get third party. That is not a requirement in the new agreement, in the new extended health benefits. So there won't be people taken off. There'll be, if there's an income threshold, that's the only thing that's going to be measurable, so that they pay for pharmacy or prescription drugs up to 4% of their prescription drugs of their net income. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, those who are over the income threshold will also have to pay full vision and dental care as well. So how many of those people are there? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that detail right now. I don't believe, and when I look at the threshold, there'll be many circumstances where a lot of the people may have, might be affected, but I don't have that level of detail with me right now, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and forgiveness to the Minister, I'm not looking for an exact number, I guess. I'm looking for more of a general idea. Are we talking about thousands of people, hundreds of people, dozens of people? How many is this going to affect? Because at the end of the day, many middle-class income earners still suffer from disabilities that aren't properly captured by third-party insurance, so they're going to have to pay more out of pocket. So are we talking about 1,000 people, 2,000 people? Just a general idea of how many people this change is going to impact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I will get back to the member on that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member from Range Lake, final supplementary.
Thank you to the Minister. Last but not least, what is the income threshold? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will have to get back to the member on that as well. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to further put the hot seat under the Minister of Health, I have another separate question. So last fall, the 19th Assembly Standing Committee on Government Operations tabled a report on a review of the 2021 to 22 public accounts. And one of the things they recommended was that HSS commission a review and evaluation of governance at the NT-HSSA since amalgamation. There were also some details given as to what the review should include. Does the current minister plan to implement this recommendation for an independent review and evaluation of NT-HSSA governance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in the House last week that we did do an independent review. That review is right now, and I committed in this House to sharing that review as soon as that I have the final report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife. Oh, thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So can the minister confirm? So the recommendation was that the review should be led by an independent body such as the Internal Audit Bureau or an external audit group. Can the minister confirm who completed the review or what was the level of independence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that level of detail on the report. I know that the report was completed. I know that we were waiting on the final report, and that's about as much information as I have on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do we have an estimated timeline of when either this government would see that report or members on this side of the House be seeing that report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a timeline as of yet, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North, final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there a plan to release this report or portion of it publicly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my intentions is to have the report, and then my understanding there's recommendations in there. We want to have a response for all those recommendations, and so I would like to release the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues, of course. They have to put up with me too. Thank you, but no thanks to the government. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health and Social Services, because we want to give her a full day and we want her to earn her money today. So often we hear about the stressed healthcare system, and quite respectfully that is, we often assume it's the nurses and whatnot, and they are stressed and overworked. I wouldn't want to downplay that in any way, Mr. Speaker. That said, we often in that statement forget that there are many other people who support the system, such as the audiologists, the speech, the physio, the occupation, and the rehabilitation center, and it doesn't, or rehabilitation books, and it just doesn't end there, Mr. Speaker. My question specifically to the Minister of Health and Social Services is, can she explain to the House what services we provide in those types of categories to Nunavut? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you to the member, and that level of detail, I don't have that here on the floor of this House, so I will commit to getting back to the member on that level of detail to what services we provide to Nunavut. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe for the record, is the Minister aware that we provide those types of services to Nunavut? And if so, can she give some examples of what she's aware of? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know we do provide, especially here in Yellowknife, we do have the boarding home that does service a portion of Nunavut, but as to what services we provide, I don't have that detail here in the House. Thank you.
And Social Services. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister is aware that we do provide services, is she aware of how we backfill the non-served patients in the Northwest Territories while our experts are being sent elsewhere? Thank you.
Thank you, member of Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we would not provide services to someone and send our own residents somewhere else. So what services that we would provide to anyone living in the Northwest Territories would be services that we would provide to anyone living in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, where I'm driving part of this is about the cost. And if we send our audiologists, by way of example, to Nunavut, we have people not being served here in the Northwest Territories. So that leads to my question, Mr. Speaker, which is there any cost-benefit analysis taken into consideration when we serve Nunavut and we send our experts there, but we create a backlog of services where Northerners aren't being serviced, whether they're in Inuvik, whether they're in Simpson or Sigachik, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for a lot of these questions because I don't go that far down into operations when, with all of this. So, but I do know that, if I don't believe we're sending any audiologists to Nunavut, but I can confirm with the department and get back to the member on that. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Mophie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just asked Minister a question about community funding gap, and he did say that $120 million for 33 communities. 120 million, we all know it's not enough to close the gap or anything for community operations. So I just want to ask the minister, can the minister explain how MACA calculates the funding allocations to each communities, because we know if it's based on per capita, small communities are at disadvantage.
Member for Moultrie, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a lot of detail that the department holds, and I'm willing to get that information for the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Member for Moultrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How does the minister know whether MACA funding for communities are adequate to provide essential and basic services?
Colleagues, thank you, Member for Moultrie. Member of Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very good question. At the end of the day, the formula funding that they use is used to send the funds to all the communities based on their level of service, and would have to get back to the member on the assessments for the needs of the communities and whether or not the funding is adequate or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Oral questions. Member for Moultrie.
Thank you. If funding was allocated based on need, it's going to be more advantage for the small communities. We know that. So does the minister know how much additional funding is needed to address the funding gap in N.W.T communities?
Member for Moultrie. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I do not have that answer, and I'll have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Folks, our time for oral questions is up. Oral questions, written questions. Colleagues, thank you. Return to written questions. Reply to the Commissioner's address, replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Reports and committees on the review of bills, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents: plain language summary for Bill 2, Missing Persons Act, and a statement of consistency, Bill 2, Missing Persons Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Tabling of documents. Minister of Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document: Status of Women Council of the Northwest Territories, 2022-23 Annual Report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To Minister of Status of Women. Minister responsible for workmen's compensation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following two documents: Workers Advisor Office, Northwest Territories and Nunavut 2023 Annual Report, and the Workers Safety and Compensation Commission, Northwest Territories and Nunavut 2024 Corporate Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Safety and Compensation. Tabling the documents. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table a document entitled Common Priorities, presented to the 20th Legislative Assembly by non-government organizations, (NGOs), collective voices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Glenn. Are these two in order? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. Member from the Date Show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on February 28, 2024, I will move the following motion. I move, second by the member for Rains Lake, that the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly acknowledge and affirm housing as a fundamental human right. And further, that the implementation of housing as a fundamental human right within the laws of the Northwest Territories and policies of the government of the Northwest Territories be referred to Standing Committee on Social Development for further study. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Date Show. Notice of motions. Member from the Date Show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on Wednesday, February 28, 2024, I will move the following motion. I move, second by the member for Range Lake, that the government of the Northwest Territories acknowledge housing as a human right by amending the Housing Northwest Territories Act to enshrine the right to housing in legislation. And further, that the government of the Northwest Territories establish the Northwest Territories Housing Forum in legislation to provide recommendations and advice to the minister. And further, that the government of the Northwest Territories leverage the Northwest Territories Housing Forum to improve access to federal funding and implement culturally appropriate housing solutions in collaboration with Indigenous governments. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories collaborate with the Northwest Territories Housing Forum to bring homes out of core need within the earliest time frame. And furthermore, that the government establish a territorial housing advocate in legislation to review and evaluate the outcomes of the Housing Northwest Territories Act. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a comprehensive response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Date Show. Notice of motion. Notice of motion. Motions. Motions. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motions, first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 4, Interim Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures 2024-2025, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Pursuant to Rule 8.2 brackets 3, Bill 4 is deemed to have read first reading and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills, first reading of bills, second reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 2, Missing Persons Act, be read for the second time. The proposed Missing Persons Act will enhance the RCMP's ability to investigate missing persons cases and will allow them to move more quickly with these investigations. The bill also reflects the commitment made by the Government of the Northwest Territories to develop missing persons legislation as set out in the government's response to the calls for justice of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. The question has been called. Bill 2 is ready for second reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 2 has been read a second time and it's referred to a standing committee of the Assembly for further considerations. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Hay River South, that Bill 4, Interim Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures 2024-2025, be read for the second time. This bill authorizes the Government of the Northwest Territories to make interim appropriations for operations expenditures for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just moved. To the called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion has passed. What's that? Oh, yeah. Bills 4 has been read for a second time. And, sorry, what was that? That's it? Okay, okay. Second reading of bills, second reading bills. Considerations in the Committee of the Whole and other matters. Minister Statement 4-20 brackets 1, Minister Statement 5-20 brackets 1, Minister Statement 17-20 brackets 1, Table Documents 28-20 brackets 1, Table Documents 29-20 brackets 1, with the member from Trinidad-Welliday in the chair.
Thank you. Call the committee to order. I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? Sir. Go to Member N.W.T. Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the committee wishes to deal with supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 3, 23-24, and time permitted supplementary estimates, operations expenditures number 4, 2023-2024. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Your committee will proceed with the first item. Thank you, and we'll take a short recess and resume in 20 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to start up and we have quorum. We do have quorum. Thank you. Okay, order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 28-20 brackets 1, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure, number 3, 2023-24. Does the Minister of Finance have any open remarks? Go to members. Yes. Member Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am happy to present table document 28-20 brackets 1, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024. This document proposes a total decrease of $8.5 million comprised of the following items. A decrease of $18.5 million for infrastructure contribution funding to reflect changes in the timing of planned expenditures for the Fort Providence-Kakiza transmission line and the Fort Simpson liquefied natural gas project. $1.3 million to provide funding for the Canada North Fibre Loop project. This amount is partially offset by revenues received from the Government of the Yukon. $225,000 to provide funding for the implementation of a new database to support the Professional Licensing Office. The net impact on government is zero, as these expenditures are fully offset by revenues from the Medical Council of Canada. A decrease of $17.7 million for infrastructure expenditures funding to reflect changes in the timing of planned expenditures for the Toledo Health and Social Services Center, the Yellowknife Wellness and Recovery Center, and the Hay River Long-Term Care Facility. A decrease of $1.4 million for infrastructure expenditures funding to reflect changes in the timing of planned expenditures for the Mineral Administration and Registration System. $200,000 to provide funding for the purchase of software to support geological analysis of carbon sequestration. A decrease of $11.2 million for infrastructure expenditures funding to reflect changes in the timing of planned expenditures for the Red Knife River Bridge Project, Fuel Services Division's fuel storage capacity, and the Mike Zubko Air Terminal building. And an increase of $38.6 million for infrastructure expenditures funding to reflect changes in the timing of planned expenditures for the Inuvik Runway Extension Project and the Inuvik Airport Surface Structure Adaptations for Climate Change. That concludes opening remarks, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer questions from committee.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak. Does the Minister of Finance wish to bring in witnesses forward? Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant Lyons, would you please escort the witness into the chamber? Thank you. And would the minister please introduce your witnesses, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on my left is Deputy Minister Bill McKay, and on my right is the Deputy Secretary to the Financial Management, Terrence Courtray.
Thank you. I will open the floor for general comments, and I'll give you 10 minutes for each member to speak. Is there general comments from members? Okay, don't see no further general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to detail contained in the table documents? Okay, thank you. Committee will begin on page 5 with the Department of Infrastructure. Supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditure, number 3, 23-24 Department of Infrastructure Operation Expenditure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives. Not previously authorized, negative $18,500,000. Does the committee agree? Sorry, any members, general comments? Okay, I got a member from Yellowknife North.
Or where you are. Even with this, but are we on page 5? Okay, I do have questions. Thank you.
I'll go to the, for general comments, member of Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a number of questions based on page 5 around delays to the Fort Providence-Kikiza transmission line. So this project was announced back in 2021, and at that time it was valued at $60 million, with $45 million of that coming from the federal government. And construction was expected to start in 2023. However, it's been pushed back. In 2022, it was expected completion by 2024-25. So as of last fall, the N.W.T's regulatory filing stated that this project was expected to be operational by 2026. I'm wondering if the minister can confirm whether that timeline is still realistic, given that the money is still being pushed forward for this project.
Thank you. Going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we did experience some delays in the project, but at this point, I can say that we are looking to, at this point, in 24-25, we would be expected to begin the process of ordering some of the supplies required. For example, the poles needed. I understand that the nature of the transmission poles is such that even ordering that can be a fairly significant undertaking. But with that ordered in the coming fiscal year, then construction activities would get going within 2025 calendar year, and as such, commissioning could be then 2026 with operations by 2027.
Thank you. I'll go for general comments, member of Yellowknife South, or Yellowknife North, sorry. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. And so is there an updated estimate for the total cost of this project, and have costs risen significantly based on the delays?
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I do expect that there has been some increase on the total cost of the project. I can't speak to the final sum right now, but that is work that is underway at this moment, and I will certainly endeavor to give an update to the House once I have that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Yellowknife North.
Thank you. And so the reasons that have caused the project to be delayed thus far, are there concerns that it will cause the project to continue to be delayed?
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the story behind the delays here is one that is not dissimilar to what has occurred for some of the other projects. COVID initially, and then followed not far behind with floods and a significant fire season. That has impacted the ability of the department in order to be able to do the much required engagement process with communities and with Indigenous governments in the region. And as a result of that, that delayed the planning for the permitting process. In order to obviously go through the permitting process, that level of community engagement is an expected part of that. We do now, however, have the land use permit that was issued in December of 2023. So that is what gives me the confidence to say that this is now moving forward and won't experience the same delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak. Member of Yellowknife North.
That's all. Thank you very much for that explanation.
Thank you. Any further general comments? Go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the witnesses provide an update on the Fort Simpson liquefied natural gas project? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me see if what I have on that one here. Actually, Mr. Chair, let me turn that to the Deputy Minister and see if he has it coming up ahead of me. Thank you. Reading as fast as I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right.
Don't have that information at hand either, Minister. Maybe Mr. Coutre has some information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have the detailed information either, but what I can say is what's being proposed in this supplementary request is to re-cash flow $500,000 for this project to a future year to better match those project schedules. I know the department was doing some work at the community level to determine the best timing for that project in relation to potentially moving the larger diesel plant. That was a conversation that came to light after the Fort Simpson flood 2 years ago, and I think the department is still working through that conversation with NTPC. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Coutre. I'm going to go to the member of Range Lake.
Thank you. What is the total amount for this project? Total budgeted amount for the entire project? Thank you.
Go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if in fact the project does proceed in the near future, we'll have to get a final estimate. I think there was an estimate at one time in and around $20 million, but of course, given that they're now having to look at moving the site and changing sites, that will no doubt require an additional examination of a new site with new studies to consider the geology and the structure, et cetera. So, yeah, the relocation aspect is what has caused a delay and is likely to change the total estimate. Thank you.
Thank you. And go to member of Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this money, so the $500K, $500,000, this is just the planning stage, or this is money for planning? Thank you.
Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, that would have been for planning only. We did have some initial funds committed from the Government of Canada with respect to this LNG plant, but that as part of the ISIP envelope is being looked at for where money can be put to best support projects that are more advanced, and projects that were at planning stages will be looking for new supports once they're ready to proceed. This project is a good example of that, in that, again, after the flood, it was very clear that the location needed to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak. I'm going to go to a member of Range Lake.
Thank you. So next year, we should have some clarity on whether or not that project is proceeding, or at least the conclusion of the planning study is the intention. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would expect so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member of Range Lake. Oh, sorry. I'll go to the member from the SOT 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is on page number 7 to the Minister on Health and Social Programs, the Tolita Health Center, and it says here to reduce appropriations in 23-24 of $8 million. Could the Minister explain that amount? Is it because the government has purchased materials from the project that was delivered to the site? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to remind the member that we're still working on the infrastructure. Did you have a question on the page 5 for now? Mr. Sorry?
Page 5, so I'll wait till 7.
Thank you. Is there any further comments, general comments from members? Okay, don't see none. Okay. Next one, we'll go into supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2023-24, Department of Infrastructure operational expenditure, total department not previously authorized, negative $18,500,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Committee will now consider the Department of Finance on page 6. Is there any comments? I'm going to go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the minister just...
Or Mr. Tester. Before we do that, I'm going to go to member Rangeley. I'm just going to continue on here. Supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-24, Department of Finance capital investment expenditure. Management Board Secretariat not previously authorized $1,253,000. Does the committee agree? Okay, now I'll go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for jumping the gun. Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if the witnesses can provide a overview of what the Canada North Fibre Loop project is. I'm assuming it's related to the Mackenzie Valley Fibre Optic Link. I'm just not familiar with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the Mackenzie Valley Fibre Loop, the Canada North Fibre Loop is related in that this project is coming up on the Yukon side along the Dempster roughly, and will link into the Mackenzie Valley Fibre that comes up through the Mackenzie Valley, and it will provide redundancy for the Northwest Territories and the Yukon in that when the two come together, then there's a, well, again, it makes a redundant loop between the two. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to member Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The additional $410,000 required to, yes, sir, that's right. Required to update the equipment to service the Mackenzie Valley, let me rephrase that. Why is this not being funded from within the department's own resources? Like, why is it coming to us as a supplemental appropriation? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I mean, I suppose with any other project, some can be funded from within, but it can't always be funded from within. Some of this is being offset by revenues from the Yukon government. It was an agreement that was signed with them to support the fact that this is an agreement that provides them a benefit of having a redundant link as well. I mean, I think that's probably that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to a member from Rangeley.
Thank you. I think I understand my notes here now. So what is the reason why we need this addition? Like why there has been cost overruns to the project that require this appropriation? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I think perhaps I'm better placed to answer the question now too. There needs to be an update to the equipment on our side. So, when the fiber loop that's coming in from the Yukon side connects into our fiber, we'll need our systems to be brought up to speed in terms. I mean, the Mackenzie Valley Fiber link or loop was built some years ago. This one's obviously newer, and we'll need to ensure that we are up to date in our equipment so that the two can be seamless in their connection. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to member Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what is the cost to update this equipment? Is it reflected in the total appropriation, or is there a more discrete cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is, Mr. Chair, approximately 1.2 or just over $1.2 million. And obviously, we are only paying for a portion of that. The other portion, as I'd indicated, is being funded through agreement with the other party that's benefiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Member of Rangeley.
Thank you. So do we have the figures here on what the Yukon government is contributing? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. $843,000 from the government of Yukon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to member of Rangeley.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that number. So is this, can this be characterized as an unanticipated cost? And we'll just go there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, from a timing perspective in that sense, Mr. Chair, it is, and that's what results in it being a supplementary appropriation. The fact that the Mackenzie Valley and the North Fiber Loop were coming together certainly were not. That in and of itself wasn't a surprise. I think that's been worked on for some time. But in terms of timing the appropriation from our end, to match up to when the Yukon's fiber would be completed, and because they had, I know, experienced some delays, but then also knowing when they would need us to be ordering our equipment and putting our equipment forward, that actually has been accelerated faster than we'd anticipated. So that leads us to having a supplementary appropriation. It's maybe a good example of where a supplementary appropriation can be required when something isn't expected in terms of timing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to member of Rangeley.
Does the minister anticipate any further unexpected or any timing issues, or is after this appropriation the project expected to move forward to its schedule as we understand it? Thank you.
I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this moment in time, Mr. Chair, the information I have and that we have here is that the reason we have this exact number coming forward is to order the equipment needed to put the two systems together, and that there's a going live date right now anticipated of this fall of this calendar year. So with that kind of a timeline, I would like to think that we are close enough at hand that we will not be returning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak. I'm going to go to the member of Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the live date, the government is in a position to meet that go live date. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Chair, we will, with this appropriation, we'd be in a position to order the equipment that will let us get to the go live date. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to member of Rangeley.
Then we better vote for it. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further questions from members? I'm going to go to a member of Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief on this particular section. I have further details on other pages, but this one in particular, I'm curious. Part of the FiberLink concept and project initiative was all built around the government of the Northwest Territories making money off this initiative. Can the minister start with what are we making money off this initiative? We'll see where it goes from there.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we do make money off of the Mackenzie Valley fiber line. I don't have that information here with me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member of Yellowknife Centre.
Will the minister inform the side of the House via either letter or by enormously passionate public statement? I prefer the second one, but that's it. I'll accept the letter too. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I prefer the second one as well, but if it doesn't come up on the floor, I will certainly provide a note to committee updating them as to what the Mackenzie Valley fiber does earn for the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, no further questions. Any other members that have questions? Okay. Thank you. Does the committee agree? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-24. Department of Finance Capital Investment Expenditure. Total departments not previously authorized $1,253,000. Is there any questions from committee? Members? Okay, questions been, does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on, I'm going to go on to committee. Committee will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services on page 7. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-24, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditure, administrative and supportive services, not previously authorized, $225,000. Is there any questions? I believe we have Mr. From the Satu region.
Wait again. Okay, here we go. Can the minister explain if that went towards the purchase of materials and the foundation work that has been done? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to go to Minister Wasdick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project has unfortunately seen some significant delays, and this one really is squarely at the feet of COVID-19. What occurred is that some initial work was done on the Toledo Health Centre, but then when COVID-19 struck, unfortunately, the community was, obviously taking into consideration the safety of their members and didn't want to be bringing in some of the experts and construction crews that were required to support the capacity in the community. As such, the contractor then wasn't in a position to advance the project, and it's now is delayed approximately 3 years, and that is the reason for the negative appropriation, because the timing of it is such that in this fiscal year the project didn't get to the point of requiring those funds. That said, I can say that there's been some work, and coupled with that, Mr. Chair, coupled with that, there's now, of course, as with so many other things, between inflation and rising costs of projects and materials, there's been an increase in the project cost. So that's required us to go back and just re-examine how this is going to go forward and work with the contractor to confirm that they can proceed. And that's where I can say that it is expected at this point that we are in a position to get going and get back to this as of this spring. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to the member of Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the response. That provides some clarity to that. I know for a fact that the government, through one of the departments, did inventory audits on the materials, particularly the wooden materials that are staged at the Toledo airstrip in behind the fence compound. And I'm just wondering if the project is going to need more money for deteriorated lumber. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wasdick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have some information that I was referring to with respect to challenges just in terms of the labor force capacity. I don't have information about specific materials that may have degraded, although that certainly it seems like it's a possibility, and I will go back to the department just to make sure that they have considered that when they're coming back up with what the new cost estimates might be. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to the member of Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are the only questions I got, and I appreciate the minister's response to going back to checking the quality of the material. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although I let the member ask some good questions, the member previous for the Satu, but just one aspect is the minister can respond to this if she wishes, but I would hope that the department or the government at large would be acting with the greatest of diligence to ensure that that material is protected from elements and sticky fingers to ensure that that is ready and available so that community isn't denied the work and projects that they need when they're ready to do it. On a separate note, specific to the line item under administrative and support services, now I can appreciate the net impact on government is nil. I'm just curious on how many people were, just out of curiosity, how many people is this so-called database program supporting? It says it's designed for professional licensing in office. So, I mean, yeah, we'll start with that.
Thank you. We're going to go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so just I want to be clear, we're asking how many, if this is involving staff, like additional creation of positions?
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki Centre.
Thank you. It says a new database to support the professional licensing office, so maybe they could elaborate a little better. Is this about keeping track of them, or how is it used, or maybe they could elaborate a little further? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. So it's an implementation of a new database to support professional regulation, which is done at the Professional Licensing Office in the Northwest Territories. This funding will help support the creation and building of a system for an online application structure so that professionals seeking to be licensed in the Northwest Territories can do so via this system. And that to do that, when there's a new IT system that rolls out, there will be a privacy impact assessment done on that system, as well as a cybersecurity threat assessment done, both of which are now becoming more and more complex with the modern systems, and that is where this funding will support that work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member Waikiki Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank goodness we're not paying for it, but it does seem like a lot of money, considering how many positions and whatnot we have here in the Northwest Territories. I mean, but that's more of a comment as opposed to anything else. That said, the next section is health and social programs. Specifically, I'd like to discuss my concerns or questions around Wellness and Recovery Center here in Yellowknife. I see a negative $7.1 million. Maybe the minister can update committee and the people at large. Why is there a negative in this particular case? And furthermore, what impact will it have on that initiative? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, this is some timing issues. So, the Health and Wellness project didn't proceed, obviously, in this current year, but it is approved and ready to move forward. So it was delayed, but it is at this point planned to get underway in terms of the construction during the upcoming capital season. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to member from Waikiki Centre.
Just for further clarity, what is the updating capital season the minister is referring to, just to make sure we're on the record and clear about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So final design will be done in the next, early in the 2024 fiscal year, and then it goes out for tender. We are expecting the construction to then begin over this year with a view to having it ready by the fall and the center open by the fall of 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Waikiki Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm just next going to check with the scope of the initial project. So if the minister can confirm that the scope of the project hasn't changed, or if so, what has changed? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have details on the scope. I can certainly see perhaps if Mr. Coutre might have some details on scope, and if not, I can certainly ensure that we provide an update and a detailed delineation of that to the member.
Thank you. I want to go to the member from Waikiki Centre.
Oh, sorry. I was looking down and making notes, so I assumed it was waved off that there would be a letter or some communique coming back, or was that going to be answered by the staff? The officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's amazing what you find with an extra few seconds. So my understanding is that the scope has not changed, and there was just a delay in terms of the design and location, but at this point, as it proceeds on the path that I had described and on the timeline I described, scope's not changed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki Centre.
If the minister would provide that information to members, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister Wozniak.
We can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Waikiki Centre, the member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's also another element about neighborhood stuff, so the impacts on the neighborhood. I'm curious as to, with respect to this initiative, and I'm referring to the dollar value, is any money within the overall scope of the project or initiative helping to address some of the neighborhood concerns that this will have? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the detail around that, I think I would have to go to the Department of Health and Social Services so I can get that and provide that in due course. I'll make sure that the members get that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member Waikiki Centre.
Thank you. I'll accept it on behalf of members at large, and I look forward to that. Is there further, just to underline my level of interest or a particular interest on this, is there a budget line item in the overall project to help work with the community that is impacted by this project? Thank you.
You want to go to Minister Wozniak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the clarity on the question. So this funding really is for the construction of the facility and not for the operations of the facility, and that while during capital planning there would be consideration given to what operational impacts there might be, this funding specifically is just the infrastructure component. And what type of operations and what kind of engagement processes they may undertake would be part of the operational plan that would fall under Health and Social Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Waikiki, and the member from Waikiki Centre.
If I could get some detail on that, and of course I still would like the other information already offered, just to confirm from the minister, and that's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I will endeavor to get a more detailed update of the costs, the timing, and whatever information may be available. I mean, again, noting that operations are 2 years out, but we can at least provide some sense of what the planning process is like. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to remember members, we are considering capital investment expenditure expenditure $1,253,000. Please ask questions only related to this activity. The next member I have is Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the line of questioning that my colleague from Yellowknife Centre was asking about. So I know the department had previously communicated publicly that they were going to have the tender out in January, and that would put them on a timeline to finish in 2026. So to get to the specific question, is the current delay, is there any risk of it affecting the $24 million that we've received from the federal government? Does that funding have a timeline associated with it that we need to meet? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So fortunately, short answer is I don't believe that it does affect that funding, and that although there was some delay from the January, or some slippage from the January date, we are still looking to and expecting to have the tender issuance out by March of 2024. So hopefully not significant enough of a slippage that it will cause a delay in the 2026 date that I'd mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you. Just want to, does the minister know if there is a timeline at all? Like, it sounds like we are within it, so that's good to hear, but is there a timeline under which this funding would lapse?
I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, the current, there's always at some point a challenge that money would lapse, but at this moment in time, with the tender due out in March, the current project schedule that I described targeting fall of 2026, that would be well within the funding envelope that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that we're still on the administration support services. I'm going to go back to the member from Freedom Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for questions on this section.
Thank you. I'm going to continue on. I'm going to go to the member from YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have one question on administrative and support services, and then I'll come back later for my follow-up questions about the YK Wellness and Recovery Center under Health and Social Programs. Okay. So following up about the new database to support the professional licensing office. So I'm aware that last year, health ministers from across Canada, including the N.W.T, committed to a new process that would allow physicians who are licensed in one part of Canada, and if they're in good standing, to practice in other parts of Canada. So that's called pan-Canadian licensing. And so given that this creates an online application for getting licensed in the N.W.T, are there plans to ensure that this database could also move us closer towards being part of this pan-Canadian licensing, potentially sort of interacting with databases in other parts of Canada? Is that at all part of the scope of this project?
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the extent or the degree to which the two things are related is probably properly a question for Health and Social Services. What I can say, and I can confirm, Northwest Territories certainly has agreed to work with Canada on increasing the portability of licensing between jurisdictions. This portion, and I know it was noted that $225,000 seems like a lot. I can say from having now seen how information shared system services works that these things do cost significant amounts of money to do properly. This amount gets us to a place where we can set up a database by which that licensing can happen electronically. So bringing us up to that standard, and again, the two are related, but the degree to which this may or may not advance or accelerate, that I don't have in front of me. That's for Health and Social Services. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from YK Center. Oh, sorry, YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I definitely appreciate that, and it's something that I will follow up on with the Minister of Health and Social Services, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. A member from N.W.T Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have questions, not on what's in there, but I guess what's not in there, and I'm assuming it's the appropriate place to bring it up. In 2018, I was intimately involved with the much-needed planning for a 48-bed long-term care facility in Inuvik. I know formerly IRC had presented to the minister at the time. We had several meetings with the minister at the time regarding a proposal that had been developed by IRC, including a building design, a staffing plan, and a go-forward on how this would be implemented. Now, I know in the previous assembly there was talk of reducing that. I also know there's some geotechnical work being done in at least one location in Inuvik to provide that. So can I just get an update, I guess, as to has that been deleted entirely, or is that still something that I can expect to see coming in May?
Before I go to the minister, the question that you have is pertaining to long-term and continuing care services, just two down. Is there a question that you have for the administrative support services?
Right.
You're jumping ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were doing the entire page. I apologize. I can defer my question until we get to the long-term care facility. Now they've got it.
Okay. Further comments from members? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, I'm going to go on to thank you. The supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024 Department of Health and Social Services capital investment expenditure, administrative and support services not previously authorized, $225,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024 Department of Health and Social Services capital investment expenditures, health and social services programs not previously authorized, negative $15,109,000. Is there any questions from the committee? I'm going to go to the member. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the witnesses clarify as to the previous questions asked by my colleague from Frame Lake regarding the Wellness and Recovery Center? What would be the drop dead date for monies to be spent for that project? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that is something I'd have to go and look at the infrastructure acquisition plan on right now. We've been given some assurance at this stage that that the federal government is prepared to be flexible on their funding, and that at the current rate and with the current design, which again at this point has us tendering, of having a final design and tender out in March, so next month. And with project moving forward from there, on that timeline, we're not anticipating any challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member of Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further on this item.
Thank you. Any further general comments? I want to go to the member from Yellowknife, Mike North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a few follow-up questions to those of some of my colleagues. So the minister mentioned a few minutes ago that the delays in construction for the new Yellowknife Wellness and Recovery Center were partly due to design and location issues. Has the proposed location for the new center changed?
Thank you. I want to go to the member from Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, there's no change at this point. There was a lack of design capacity, I understand, as being part of the problem, and a technical completion and completeness, excuse me, with respect to ensuring that we had proper permitting from both the Office of the Fire Marshal and the City of Yellowknife. But they also wanted to achieve some performance targets to be with the National Energy Code and to be at least at 10% above performance targets in that respect. So some of that design work took a little bit longer, but that, as I say, at this point I understand is done, complete, and we're at a stage of preparing the procurement process. Thank you.
Member from White North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister clarify, so the federal funding that's allocated to this project, is it a percentage of the total cost, or is it a set amount? Meaning, if the budget increases over time due to the delays, does the federal contribution also proportionally increase, or are we left to shoulder all of any increases in the cost of this project due to delays. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister Wozik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now it is 100% federally funded, but all of our projects, unfortunately, are subject to the potential for cost increases. We're not immune to inflation or high interest rates or supply chain issues or labor market issues. When that happens, the proportion of funding from the federal government does not automatically change. There are instances where we are able to go back to negotiate an increase to a budget from the federal government or to negotiate a change in the percentage. For example, on a project that's 75-25, we can maybe increase that, but it is definitely not an automatic thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from YK North.
Thank you to the Minister for that clarification. And so by saying that this project is 100% federal funded, is federal funding expected to still cover 100% of the capital investment in this project, or are we looking at covering any overages in cost to this project that we didn't perhaps initially expect when we negotiated an agreement with the federal government?
Thank you. Minister Wozik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, at this moment, the budget is one that is fully covered through ISIP, as well as largely a second fund being put forward by the federal government to support the project, a health infrastructure fund. But and the cost estimate in this particular instance is quite recent. It's just from this past 23-24 fiscal year. We are usually at greater risk, obviously the greater expanse in time between the time of when we get a final estimate to go forward and then when we proceed to the construction or the tendering. In addition, obviously, there's the consideration of the longer a design phase may take. That puts us at greater risk. And sometimes the calls for funding that the federal government puts out can put a situation where a project that's only at a class estimate that is less certain is being put forward because of the timing for the call from the federal government. In this particular case, again, the cost estimate's fairly recent. The funding is at 100%. Yellowknife's a little bit easier than a more remote community. All of those are factors that hopefully will give us, put us in a position where we are not coming back for any changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to YK North, the member.
Thank you. That's all my questions on that one. I appreciate the clarity around those details. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further general comments from members? Okay, thank you. I'm going to continue on. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-24, Department of Health and Social Services capital investment expenditures. Health and Social Service programs not previously authorized, negative $15,109,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investments expenditures, long-term and continuing care services, not previously authorized, negative $2,600,000. Is there any questions? There's one question from member from YK, sir, from member from Frame Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would ask pretty similar questions on this one as we did on the other facility that we were talking about in Yellowknife. What's the reason for the change in project timeline?
Thank you. I want to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me see if Mr. Coutre might have that handy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project has been delayed largely due to the natural disasters in the Hay River over the last couple of years. We've had flooding 2 years ago and then last year with the wildfire situation. And this SUP proposal is really just to move the construction dollars to a forward period to accommodate construction of the project at a future time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It sounded from that answer that we don't yet have a date for when that's going to start. Do we have a date, or it's still up in the air?
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a date here specifically. I can certainly go back and confirm if there is something. At this point, we just have the design phase from 23, 24, and with that complete, hoping to get going in 24, 25. But again, I think given some of the impacts over the last year to the community, we would want to go back and confirm that before that's taken as final. But again, hoping it will be beginning this season. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member of Frame Lake. Thank you. The next member I have is N.W.T. Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll repeat my question again. In 2018, I was intimately involved with the much-needed proposed 48-bed long-term care facility in the Nuvik. Design was done by RRC, including the staffing plan. I know there's been some work done, some geotechnical work done on one potential location up there for it. Several meetings were had with the then Minister of Health. So my question is, given that the Hay River one is, albeit deferred, still on the books, has that one been deleted?
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was one of several projects with respect to long-term care that I believe it was in and around or immediately after the height of some of the COVID-19 pandemic and a recognition across Canada around long-term care and the direction that long-term care might need to go, namely to be a shift towards more operations rather than capital in order to help seniors and elders remain in their homes with support rather than have to be in long-term care situations. And with that change, a number of projects were re-examined. This is one of them, and in that sense, it went back to its planning stage, and that is what the funding is. There is still now funding for that to happen. That is expected, that fulsome re-examination of planning is expected and planned for 24-25. And then once that is done, once that planning is done, it would be returning back through the capital planning process. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to the member from N.W.T. Lake.
Chair, yeah, I mean, this project to me ticks a lot of boxes if you look at our priorities. Obviously, working with Indigenous governments, given that I believe, and we'd have to go back to IRC again and have that conversation. There was even an offer for IRC to put skin in the game of this one and actually build a facility and then have N.W.T. operate and lease the beds from the facility for that. Including oversight on the staffing. There's obviously these 60 positions that would come with this, so you talk about the economy and then a boost to the economy and certainly a boost to our region, having 60, likely 30 of those full-time positions and 30 part-time positions in the region would be very important as well. And of course the training aspect, working with Aurora College, a new polytechnique to do this. So the Minister said that they're going to look at in 24-25 sort of gone back to the do we need it phase, or is this something that is still looked at as a potential project? And I understand about the aging in your home, but I did hear quite a bit on, certainly when I was campaigning, there were quite a few people that raised the issue of no long-term care facility in the region and nowhere for elders having to leave the community of Inuvik and move to other regions in the territory to access that kind of care.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I know that at one point there was an examination just around the numbers of beds that would be appropriate, keeping in mind some of those considerations that I'd mentioned previously, and that is the state of the planning but there is still an intention that there should be and would need to be an addition or an expansion of a long-term care facility
in Inuvik. Part of the consideration is whether or to what extent it can be done as an expansion to the hospital in Inuvik. So again, I do want to give some assurance that there's a recognition that there do need to be some expansion. It's exactly how much and where, what that might look like, and what types of facilities would be included. So, for instance, what types of laundry and kitchen facilities, what kind of programming facilities. So, long answer, but, again, assurance that there's something coming. It's a matter of making sure that it's appropriately sized in terms of the beds. I can, perhaps, Mr. Chair, I don't have, because that project isn't provided in great detail here, I can certainly commit to providing an update to the, likely it's via my colleague from Health and Social Services, but an update to the member on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, and certainly I would seek permission from IRC, but I'd be happy to share the proposal that was presented, because I may or may not still have that on a memory stick when I was from being up there. I was worked on that one quite extensively. And given our, again, this government, we want to work more collaboratively with Indigenous governments as we move forward. It's been we've wrapped a lot of things of what we said and what we want to do around that. So can the minister, and I'm not sure she'd have this information or staff, so the geotechnical work was done on one site between the hospital and the nurses' residence in Inuvik. Was that geotechnical work completed? And if so, what was the result from that work?
Thank you. I want to go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So geotechnical analysis has been completed, but there, that's the answer. Geotechnical has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the member from Boot Lake.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further member statements? Okay, I want to continue on. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-24. Department of Health and Social Services capital investment expenditure, long-term continuing care services not previously authorized, negative $2,600,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, negative $17,484,000. Is there any questions? Okay, does the committee agree? Okay, thank you. Committee will continue on. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Industry and Tourism Investment on page 8. Supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024. Department of Industry and Tourism Investment, capital investments expenditure, minerals and petroleum resources not previously authorized, negative $1,197,000. Is there any questions? I'm going to go to the member from Graceleaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious about the carry forward for the Mineral Administration and Registry system. Perhaps the witnesses could clarify. It's my understanding that some part of this system will have to do with online staking, which is something folks have been asking for from this government for some time now. And I was wondering if you could clarify if that is indeed the case in the system and the slippage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, the MARS system is required for online map staking, and it has been pushed back in terms of its delivery date more than once, and I have sat in this very chair on that topic more than once. Mr. Chair, I share some frustration on this one. There's a few different factors at play. One of which is that the MARS project also depends on the LTOS project, which is Land Tenure Optimization System, I believe. And that project has experienced itself also some challenges.
But every time I'm here, it seems like we're in a good place, and I'm conscious that as I said, I know I've said these things before sitting right here, but it's my understanding at this point that LTOS is moving along, that it's had its planning stage developed in the fall of 2023, or more functional planning done in November of 2023. That with that, once LTOS is complete, which will be happening over the coming fiscal year, then the MARS project can get underway and be done in line with the LTOS system, which I believe it is essentially going to be layered upon. So, Mr. Chair, I can simply say, not to go on at great length, I know the member has some time, but I have asked a number of times why this is so difficult, and it's been pointed out to me that sometimes the idea on a cyber project doesn't come with enough planning, and that when we actually dig into how to do the thing, it's not that dissimilar to any other capital project, that it takes a significant amount of design and structure. So again, I'd be happy to this is one that may well warrant a full briefing with committee, to be honest. I have several pages of material on this project in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Grizzly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I heard in there somewhere that the LTOS project is slated to be completed in the next fiscal year. Does that mean that the MARS system will be for the following fiscal year of 25-26?
Thank you. Minister Wasdick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. LTOS will be finished in the coming fiscal year, not in the next 6 weeks. And then MARS does come to completion thereafter. So we are looking at 2025 for LTOS and 2026 for MARS. I am not sure if there's any opportunity or possibility of having one or the other layered upon them, but at this point, those are the dates that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Grizzly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further, but I'm sure other members may have some probing questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have questions about MARS, and my recollection is that in the Wayback Machine of the 18th Assembly, we were starting to talk about online map staking. So why is it taking till 2026 if this is something that's been in the works for so long? Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Minister Wasnick.
Oh, Mr. Chair, why is this taking so long? I can speak a bit to the Mineral Resource Act regulations, which is bound up with MARS, because MARS, of course, I shouldn't say of course, I'm sorry, it is a complicated thing to do, and perhaps more complicated than it seems on its face, because online map staking on its face seems like a simple and good thing, but if it's going to happen to the MARS system is taking all of the existing mineral resource information and digitizing it and making it accessible and functional from within a digital system. It's doing that within the land tenure optimization system, which itself was also not done and was delayed after COVID. So we're waiting on that to get finished as the sort of infrastructure. Then the MARS system gets put on top of it, and it requires the regulations to be ready to go so that there can be decisions made about the kind of engagements that are expected to take place. So for instance, when and how proactively a proponent will be expected to go to an Indigenous government or Indigenous community and speak to them before doing online map staking. That is part of what is changing with respect to the Mineral Resources Act regulations. That is then built into the system as just by way of one example. So now that said, we have been here before. I recognize that we've been here before, and I think others do as well. Some of the process certainly did take longer. It was one of the first projects that's gone through the the legislative protocol that we have under the Indigenous government, IGCS. So in the end, there'll be some good news, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chair, but at this point, all of those processes were fairly new and have certainly taken longer than what was anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have had some experience with the MRA, having dealt with in the 18th Assembly, and then in my non-political life, working for the Yellowknife First Nation, working on the Mineral Resources Act regulations. And I know that the MARS portion of those discussions at the intergovernmental level, it's not as key a priority as getting some of the other aspects of the regulations right, such as benefit agreements and things like that. So as we've opened this can of worms, do we know if MARS is, or those elements are expected to move forward within the planned schedule of implementing the MRA regulations? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, at this point, the regulations, the last information I had is under about the regulations and the timing was when I was still the Minister of ITI. And so I would like to defer to the Minister on that and give a proper update that is up to date. So I know what I have in front of me is that there is active work happening. As I said, I have a lot of information with respect to MARS as I've also been asking some questions about it. And the member is quite right that while MARS itself may not have been central to the ongoing negotiations, it's part and parcel of it, and it's difficult in general to create an online system and a complex online system when the regulations weren't complete. So that every time there's been some slippage on the regulations, there's slippage on the timing around MARS, in addition to the challenges with LTOS. So this has certainly been an IT project that has not gone to timing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that the minister's not the subject matter expert on this, and the substantiation for supplementary appropriation is not the same as a project report or project update. So I apologize if I put her in a spot to provide more information. So I appreciate what she's been able to provide today. MARS is probably the best acronym of our many bad acronyms. So it would be great if we could get this moving forward for more reasons than that. But I do like the acronym. So do we know the real costs of this? Because it's been pushed off for a significant period of time. We keep moving it forward. It's tied to another system that we don't have before us. So do we know the real costs, and have we appropriated enough to complete the successful implementation of MARS by its anticipated date of 2026? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't have a final total estimate in front of me. Oh, maybe I do. Let me take that back. So at this point, Mr. Chair, looking at a total of 3.7 million for this, but that's only on the MARS side. I don't know that does not include what may be required on LTOS. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
And that's sufficient, according to the current specifications of the registry. Thank you.
Minister Wozniak.
Mr. Chair, quite frankly, this project has had a number of challenges and has had a number of delays. I can only say that that is the current estimate. Confidence in that estimate, obviously, I recognize may be low in the circumstances. I can only commit to, and I know that my colleague, would also be wanting to commit to coming back and keeping people updated. That's probably the best that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Is the project being built by contractors or being built internally? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
A contractor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member from Range Lake.
And thank you, and thank you to the minister. And is that contracts in place with that amount of money? Yeah. Thanks.
Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a contract in place and a contractor involved, the same, I believe, for both LTOS and MARS. And they are actively working with the N.W.T at this time as to the currentness of a cost estimate with them. I can't say. I will confirm with ITI if it's not the numbers that I've provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the member from Range Lake.
I know the minister is generous with commitments, so can she commit to getting the LTOS project costs to us as well? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Minister Wasden.
That'll be with ECC. That makes sense that we would wrap up the two together. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake.
And finally, so as the two are kind of intrinsically linked, have all the regulatory, the necessary regulatory steps taken place with, I'm assuming, the Public Lands Act that are required for the land tenure optimization system? Maybe I won't mention legislation, but are all the regs out of the way for the LTOS project, or is there still more regulatory change that needs to take place? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Wasden.
LTOS as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not 100% certain with respect to LTOS. I think they may still be in drafting. I'll confirm that.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Drafting the regulations or drafting the LTOS project specs? Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Minister Wasden.
Regulations, Mr. Chair. I just don't have as much information about LTOS, nor am I as familiar with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Well, I've only got 40 seconds, so I won't ask any more questions. But I will say it would be nice if we could ensure there are no impediments in policy or appropriations that would delay these two projects any further. And I would be happy to support the ministers responsible in ensuring these things come to fruition, because we desperately need them. Especially the online map staking piece. If we're going to supercharge our industry and get exploration back on track, we need this system in place. And I'd like to see it before 2026, but I can wish for a lot of things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any members from a member from Frame Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the other member ran out of time, I kind of wanted to pick up the ball where he left off. And I think that the minister's suggestion for a specific briefing, possibly for the SCEDI committee, would be a good idea on this one, because it is fairly complex, and it sounds like she's got lots of information to share with us. But I was just going to ask, there's several other jurisdictions in Canada that have systems like this. I don't know what the status is with the contract or anything, but is there a possibility that we don't really need to reinvent the wheel, or is it really that every jurisdiction has to have a completely unique system? Because I know BC has one, Ontario has one. I haven't had a chance to do a huge amount of research on this, but they exist already. So is there no reason we can't effectively kind of borrow from an existing system and put it in place?
Thank you. I want to go to Minister Wasden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I recall that the Ontario system took 10 years to develop, to go from their old Mineral Resource Act to the one they have now, which includes the online map staking. So keeping that in mind, we're not as offside in terms of a timeline. With respect to reinventing the wheel, I mean, again, I can't speak to the experience of the third-party contractor that they have now, but it certainly is someone who does exactly this type of work. So I would like to think that if someone is an expert in this field, that they would certainly not be reinventing something unnecessarily. Part of what's made our situation unique is the unique nature of land and land ownership and land rights in the Northwest Territories. But again, Mr. Chair, in that regard, I can say that there was some work done to ensure that our approach is one that is going to be modern, and if anything, we'll be responding to the uniqueness of the Northwest Territories. So, for instance, even just deciding on a grid versus not took some time, but that decision has been made and moved on. So, yeah, I don't think a reinventing of the wheel is the challenge at this point, Mr. Chair. But thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to the member from Frame Lake.
I'm done. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, we're going to continue on. Thank you. I'm going to read out supplementary estimates, infrastructure, expenditure number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Industry and Tourism Investment, capital investments, expenditures, mineral and petroleum resources, not in previously authorized, negative $1,197,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Industry and Tourism Investment, capital investments, expenditures, total department not previously authorized, negative $1,197,000. Is there any questions? Don't see. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Committee will now consider the Department of Infrastructure on page 9. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Infrastructure capital investment expenditures, assets management, not previously authorized, negative $2,885,000. Is there any questions from committee? Don't see none. Does the committee agree? Does the committee agree? Okay, committee agreed. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Infrastructure capital investment expenditure, program and services not previously authorized, $30,331,000. Is there any questions? Okay, does the committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024 expenditure, Department of Infrastructure capital investment expenditure, total department not previously authorized, $27,446,000. Is there any questions? Does the committee agree? Thank you. Remember that there is a schedule on page 10 that details impact on capital estimates. This schedule is not a votable item and is included as information only. Are there any questions on the schedule? I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the impact on the supplementary reserve as it currently is? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Rosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we don't have a sup reserve for the infrastructure side. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Whoops. Thank you for the clarification. I'll have sup reserve questions for the operational expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to, so I have to read that out. Okay, I'm going to go back to supplementary estimates again. Infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Infrastructure capital investment expenditure total, department not previously authorized, $27,446,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Remember, there's a schedule on page 10 that detail of the impacts of capital estimates. This schedule is not a votable item and is included in information only. Are there any questions on the schedule? Okay, seeing no further questions, this is not a votable item, we will not continue on. We will continue on. Thank you. Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration on table documents 28-20 brackets 1, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditure number 3, 2023-2024? The motion's in order to the motion. That's right. Thank you. There's no further. Member will say agree. Member will rise and move. Sorry. Oh, member for. Member from Wood Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that consideration of table document 28-20, bracket 1, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024, now be concluded, and that table document 28-20, bracket 1, be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To the motion is in order. To the motion. Question. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Table documents 28-20 brackets 1 will be reported as ready for consideration in formal session through the form of appropriation bill. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us today. Thank you. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Table documents 29-20 brackets 1. Supplementary estimates operation expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 29-20 brackets 1. Supplementary estimates operation expenditure number 4, 2023-2024. Does the Minister of Finance have any remarks, opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am happy to present table document 29-20 brackets 1, supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 4, 2023-2024. These supplementary estimates propose a total increase of $207 million, of which $44 million will be offset by revenues from the Government of Canada. These supplementary estimates can be summarized with the following expenditures: $86 million in support of fire suppression and response and recovery work due to the wildfire activity from May to September 2023. $54 million in support of the healthcare system, of which $22 million is offset by revenues from the federal Government of Canada. $18 million to address rising interest rates and the Government of the Northwest Territories debt servicing costs. $14 million to support the projected deficit for marine transportation services. $8 million for the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, which is fully offset by revenues from the Government of Canada. $6 million to support the funding for the Hay River Harbor restoration, offset by revenues from Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada in the amount of $3 million. And $4 million to support the implementation of the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, which is fully offset by revenues from the Government of Canada. That concludes my opening remarks, Mr. Chair. I am happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Does the Minister of Finance wish to bring in witnesses forward?
Thank you.
Does the committee agree? Okay, thank you. Would the Sergeant at Arms please escort the witnesses into the chamber? Thank you. We already had our introductions a little earlier, so I want to continue on. With the minister, okay. I will now open the floor for general comments. And go to the member from Range Lake. Any members of general comments? I don't see any. Okay, seeing no further general comments, does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the tabled documents? Okay. The committee will begin on page 3 with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Languages not previously authorized, $200,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services not previously authorized, $100,000. Is there any questions? Thank you. I got a member from Range Lake. Sorry. Yep, Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I note that the substantiation is to provide funding for the implementation of the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence. Can the minister provide some further detail on what that what this money will be used for? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me turn this to Terrence and see if he can move that along. I just don't have my spot ahead of me. I apologize, Mr. Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this funding is supplementary funding to promote the implementation plan that consists of 18 initiatives that will touch on support for survivors and their families, prevention, responsive justice system, implementing Indigenous-led approaches, and social infrastructure and enabling environments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. So I note that it's under junior kindergarten to 12 school services. So specific to those objectives, how do they interact with the JK to 12 school systems, and how will they be used in our school environments? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that is precisely why I was hesitating, as I was hoping to find that detail. I don't have that in the detail here that's on this particular briefing note. I will, there is a very detailed breakdown I happen to have seen under a past iteration of a role that I held in the last government. I don't have that detail in front of me, but I can get it to the members. Thank you.
We'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. I mean, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth because this is free money, so I appreciate that. And I can imagine how it would be used in creating a supportive environment in our schools system, and I think that's a very effective place to put it to ensure that young persons or teachers or whoever, it would be nice to know just so we can get a better understanding of it. So I appreciate the minister's commitment, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
For Waikiki Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had an initial inquiry into the same question to begin with, which is basically, what is it? If I understood what was said correctly, 18 programs or 18? I wasn't sure how this breaks out into what type of initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the National Action Plan has 5 pillars, one of which is support for survivors and their families, secondly, prevention, third, a responsive justice system, fourth, implementing Indigenous-led approaches, and fifth, social infrastructure and enabling environment. I believe this particular $100,000 here falling under the junior kindergarten to grade 8, or grade 12, excuse me, is specific to the element under support for survivors and their families, as well as to prevention. And in this regard, it is to enhance training and curriculum on gender-based violence prevention, as well as intervention training for school staff, students, as well as Department of Education, Culture, and Employment staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it possible to send the members a copy of whatever this action plan is so we can get a better sense of what it is? Thank you.
Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly can forward a copy. The National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence was released by Wage Canada. I'm certain it's online. They then have taken that funding out to every province and territory and discussed how each province and territory would implement those 5 pillars which were agreed to under the national plan. So I will, again, I can certainly forward the link on the action plan. And I believe our own response plan should also be online by now, but if I'm incorrect, I'll make sure that we can get a copy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next member from the Ditchell.
Thank you. What communities are involved in this for the Northwest Territories?
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, this work is being led with the National Action Plan, and our response to it is led by the Gender Equity Unit, and specifically under the minister responsible to support the status of women, who is the counterpart here for Wage Canada. And in that respect, I can say that it therefore involves all communities, and different communities have different community liaisons who are the touch point for the Director of the Gender Equity Unit. So again, I believe it should involve every community through that process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Ditchell.
No, I don't have. Well, how is this program, the design that it must have included the community members, the leadership in the members in the community? Are they included in the design of this? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there's, again, I know back and forth, and this is really back in the 19th Assembly, with a different hat on, there is a liaison process between the Gender Equity Unit and communities. Some community liaisons were more active than others. Some were challenging to have engagements with, and some communities were very active and brought community groups together to have engagements. So there's also the shelter network that exists across the Northwest Territories, and an informal network that exists across the Northwest Territories through that entity. So all of those are touch points. There's also, I know, been presentations by the Gender Equity Unit to Council of Leaders and at various times about both the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Inquiry as well as Gender Equity Unit. So there's quite a lot of work that's gone into it, Mr. Chair, and at this point, this supplementary estimate is just for Wage Canada's funding of the work that's happening in the Gender Equity Unit, not necessarily the Gender Equity Unit at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions from members? Okay, thank you. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Education, Culture, and Employment, Junior Kindergarten to Grade 12 School Services, not previously authorized, $100,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Moving on, supplementary estimates, operational expenditure, number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Labor Development and Advanced Education, not previously authorized, $2,843,000. Any members from Range Lake? Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the North Slave Regional Training Partnership, how is this money being utilized in the region? Is it just funding for the department, or is it available to other parties who are developing regional training programs and partnerships in the region? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the funding here is being used to establish in part a coordinator position that will then support both coordination and research under this agreement, and will also help support the management and use of the regional training hub. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that regional training hub will tie together the Fleet communities, the Yellowknife's Dene and Yellowknife. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister Wozniak.
Mr. Chair, I don't have the details of about the training hub here, only the supplementary request to have the coordination position moving forward to get that work underway. But I'm happy to have EC&E provide a bit more detail as to what that training hub is meant to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. What's the total budget for the hub? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have that here. Thank you.
Thank you. To member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Has the funding for this been approved in a previous budget, or is this kind of planning dollars? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this funding for 23-24 is new. We're looking to appropriate the amount that's come in from Canor to support the initiative. There's a smaller $30,000 amount that's being funded internally by the N.W.T. But that's why it's being brought forward under a supplementary appropriation, is that this amount had not previously been included in the department's budget. For 24-25, I expect that it can be, and hopefully can be included as part of the department's budget in this, and then you won't see it in the supplementary appropriations. You'd be seeing it in part of their main estimates. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. So, sorry. Thank you, the minister. So the position the coordinator position that it's funding, that will sit within the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this portion of the funding, there's an amount here of approximately $100,000 that is meant to provide the manager and coordinator for the program and for the funding, for the hub, and the remaining amount, roughly $30,000 or so, is for contract services in support of the work. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. So, sorry, just to confirm, so that the staffing funding, the $100K for staffing, that is a public service position. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Wozniak.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake.
Nothing further. Thank you.
I'm going to go to the member from YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So zeroing in on the labor market transfer agreement, can the minister first confirm whether this is a new source of funding, or does this involve new programs?
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, these are not new. There's a suite of different labor market programs that are delivered on behalf of the government by EC&E. And there's two, for instance, for employers that help support on the various training initiatives. And the rest target organizations that provide more group-based skills, so not necessarily to an employee specifically, but for instance, community employment officers or career centers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to a member from Waikiki North.
Thank you to the Minister for that. And so my understanding is that the overall goal of this is to increase labor market participation, align skills with labor market needs, create efficient labor markets. Does the funding include tracking of to what extent we're achieving the goals that we're setting out for ourselves with specific metrics?
Thank you. I want to go to the Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if the specific funding would necessarily cover that work, but there is certainly an annual plan that does outline what is happening on a regional scale for these programs. That's part of EC&E's expectation, and part of having, every time there's a contribution agreement, this is where that type of reporting back in does then inform the EC&E process in terms of understanding where they're spending these public dollars. There's an annual report that is produced which does take into account performance measures, and that it does demonstrate what's coming in under the performance measurements plan. So I don't know. Oh, and sorry, one last thing, Mr. Chair, I'll add is that under the labour market transfer agreements with Canada, again, because there is also an expectation of reporting in to them, there is also a joint report there as well for over a more extended period that I could certainly, if the member doesn't have it or doesn't find it online, would be happy to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Waikiki North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I guess what I'm getting at is we often track the activities that we do, but we sometimes miss how effective those activities are at achieving the ultimate outcomes that we're trying to get at in terms of increasing labor market participation, creating efficient labor markets. I wonder if the minister could either send us some reports or has any insights into whether these programs that have been going on for a number of years have actually made progress in achieving the outcomes that we're working towards, and if there's been analysis of whether there's any other activities or ways to achieve those outcomes if in fact what we're doing with this money hasn't brought us further towards the outcomes we're trying to achieve.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we're in the wrong briefing for me to talk about government renewal, but I share the member's concern around ensuring that we have a culture of evaluation within the public service in terms of the delivery of programs and services, which is one of the sub-goals of that program. Is that, so for instance, to be very transparent, one of the first questions I was asking here when I heard the member's question is whether or not these labor market programs are actually one of the first to be going through the enhanced evaluations under GRI. At this time, they're not. Maybe that day will come. But in the meantime, the process of evaluation is meant to get at just that. So as for the detail of where we're at in terms of labor market evaluations, that's an EC&E question. And I'm confident that they'd be more than happy to meet with members and to talk about some of the labor market initiatives. There's a whole suite of programs, as I've said. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Waikiki North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for her frankness and those insights, and I look forward to continued conversations both with the Department of BCE and the government to see what we can do to make these programs even more efficient and effective at achieving the outcomes we're striving towards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further comments, general comments from members? If not, I'm going to continue on here. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure. Number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Education, Culture, and Employment. Labor Development and Advanced Education not previously authorized, $2,843,000. Does the committee agree? Okay. We'll continue on. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure. Number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Education, Culture, and Employment. Total department not previously authorized is $3,143,000. Is there any questions? Okay, no, I said, oh, okay. All right, I'm going to go to member from Waikiki Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, of course, a nod will do on this end, but we're dealing with one section at a time. Just, yeah, okay, so sounds good. So under the environment management monitoring, sorry? What? Oh, I thought we were on page 4. Then my page 4 says something different. Then we're not on page 4. Okay. Okay, for those who read Hansard, we'll wait.
Stay tuned.
That's why I was...
Okay, thank you. Supplementary estimates, operational expenditure. Number 4, 2023-2024, Department of Education, Culture, and Employment. Total departments not previously authorized, $3,147,000. Does the committee agree? Okay, thank you. We're going to stop here. Sorry. Thank you. I want to go to the member from N.W.T. Lake.
Report progress.
I was going to do it in 5 minutes.
Fearless leader. Fearless leader.
Noting the clock, committee members, I will now rise and report progress. Thank you to the ministers and to your witnesses. Sergeant Arms, please escort the witnesses from the room, or from the chamber. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and not debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. I will now rise and report progress. Okay, and I want to thank the minister and your witnesses. Thank you.
Reports of the Committee of the Whole. Reports in the Committee of the Whole. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table documents 28-20 brackets 1 and table documents 29-20 brackets 1 and would like to report progress with a motion passed. That consideration on table documents 28-20 brackets 1 is concluded in the House concurrent to those estimates as amended, and that an appropriation bill to be based thereon be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Committee of the Whole. Member from Twin Lakes. The motion is in order and non-debatable. For all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstentions? Motion passed. The motion has been carried and the report of Committee of the Whole has been concurred with. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Cam Lake, that Bill 1, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, be read for the third time, and Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do I have a seconder for the report? No? Sorry? The member has asked for a recorded vote. For those all in favor, please stand.
The member for Range Lake, the member for N.W.T Lake, the member for Molfui, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Twin Lakes, the member for N.W.T, the member for Trinidad-Willity, the member for N.W.T, the member for Satu.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand. Results of the recorded vote are 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstention. Motion is carried. Bill 1 has read its third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River South, that Bill 4, Interim Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures 2024-2025, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Question has been called. Question is, shall Bill 4 be read for a third time? The Minister requests a record. For those who in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for N.W.T, the member for Trinidad-Willity, the member for N.W.T, the member for Satu, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake, the member for N.W.T Lake, the member for Molfui, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, and the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. The results of the recorded vote are 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstention. Motion is carried. Bill 4 has had its third reading bills, or third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions 62-20 bracket 1, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, first reading of bills, Bill 3, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Minister Statement 4-20 bracket 1, Minister Statement 5-20 bracket 1, Minister Statement 17-20 bracket 1, Table Document 29-20 bracket 1, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.